car drivers there. Ares has stopped 14 kilometres into the stage. Thought we were missing a split point for him. Crew are okay, but car 21, Ares has stopped. And now they're moving again. So it's been a potential, it's very hard to say, but looking at the time loss, 2 minutes 48. Could they have changed the wheel? Could something else have happened, maybe? We'll find out.
Say, but much, I mean, if you're not well trained to change a tire, a wheel, usually it takes, you lose 1 minute 40, just the time to revise, to stop, to change, to go back in the car, to put all the safety equipment on, and to go back into the normal speed. If we speak about the time that the car is stopped, literally, it's something like 1 minute 10, let's say, but the time to slow down the car and so on and so on. And we were witnessing something that makes you a bit surprised.
Yeah, just you know, we see it a couple of times where, you know, co-drivers just put an extra kind of tug on the safety belts just to make sure they're tight, and Boy Rosado was doing that then, Alejandro Cachon's co-driver.
You start the stage and you tighten the belt obviously, but after a few kilometers, with the vibrations, with everything, they are not released, but yourself, you are a bit more compacted in the seats, and this is where you need to tighten it a bit again, because this is very, very disturbing to move a little bit inside the seats, especially for a co-driver. We said it many times, and you understand well that they just hold the base nuts in their hands, so they don't have anything to hold their upper body. And this is how we feel everything, how we feel where we are into the stage. If we passed this corner or not yet, this is because, and thanks to the movement of the car, that the body feels.
So we have a time on the board for Enrique Cruz, 17:20.8. It's going to be another strong time on the board for these boys. 12.1 seconds faster than Cruz through here. It's 17:08.7 for Simon Wagner. That puts him ahead of Enrique Cruz by 16.6 seconds now. So as Vico Marchik said at the previous stage end, he is going to continue to push out there for times this afternoon. Get some aerial views of this beautiful stage with Cachon, who's looking very good on the splits. He's the fastest man within the stage. We're waiting for Suarez to start, for Rueloba to get underway, and for Padden. What was your preference as a co-driver over gravel or tarmac? Did you have one or not?
Más problemas de lo que yo tengo
Literally,
me
both
está dando ya.
experiences are really, really impressive. On the right side, I can tell you that this is really amazing to jump, to slide, to cross rivers when we are.
Vamos, vamos, dándole me gusta a los gotigoti del Chema.
We are also on a very wide
¿Qué es lo que?
island, to be in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes you are in waves, beautiful waves.
I'm glad you said that.
At one point, and no, I really miss waves and wave rally, and I'm glad that it's coming back this year in ERC.
Exactly, you get to experience it in the...
Si lo vende, ya lo tiene publicado y los precios que ha puesto, si lo vende todo, se gana eso. Ha hecho de momento 23 euros. Pero tenía que ponerlo más caro porque ha vendido...
Yo le dije a ella.
Cállate un momento.
ERC now and on tarmac as well.
Yeah, but it was really an authentic rally, I can tell you, and driving by night in the mud. Each time I came to Wales, actually, I was kidding about the weather there and joking about a bit about you, but each time I came
Comparte el directo, los que lo están mirando. Yo no sé cómo que yo le voy a decir que le den a me gusta. Eso no es nada, dale a me gusta a la pantalla.
At one point during the week, we had some sun, and it was in September, October, November, and the landscapes are beautiful. But what I mean is that it was really great, and the feeling to drive in this forest flat out is really good. And on tarmac, you suffer a bit more, I would say, inside the car as a co-driver because of the G-forces, because of the braking, everything is very sharp, and also you have the risk to on gravel, if you carry sliding, eventually the driver can save the car by putting the handbrake sliding a bit much more, or you just end up on the ditch and the car is strong enough and the tires are strong enough to allow you continuing. On tarmac, everything is sharp. And it's exciting also at one point.
Yeah.
When you have done Alsace rally, that was beautiful at first time. So let's speak about it again. But it was the moment where the harvest are going on. And you
Vamos conectando con el directo, dele a me gusta, dele a me gusta.
It's really cool also. So difficult to say.
One thing I will say is that I'm slightly offended that you were surprised that you had to bring sunglasses to Wales.
In the moment, yes. Stupid.
Es que tú no cargas, yo necesito tu cargador.
Probably our best
Para
time of
conectarlo
No,
year.
ahí.
cargador y yo antes lo que tuve para enchufarlo y no me ha ido.
We've
Por
been
eso lo
watching
traigo.
as we're chatting
Ah,
away
pero
with
tengo
mortgage
que
hacer
drivers
algo
and their
Lo
approach
voy a
to
tener
this
que dejar donde
stage.
se deje ahí sin
The
mover.
way they corner, how late or how early some of them are braking. Such a varied array
Dale a
of
me gusta al
styles
directo.
that we've seen across the weekend in driving.
Esto que me llaman, pero es que no me llaman.
Yes, says I was hearing to the noise of his engine when he's braking, and he looks to take a lot of revs when he's braking, like if he was not pushing enough the brake pedal, you know what I mean? That is probably not the case at all, of course. This is just an impression.
$17.13 is the time for Eric Seiss. It's 4.3 seconds behind Wagner's time. Faster than Cruz by 7.8 seconds. Okay, we're back with Alejandro Cachon now. And we've got Suarez past the opening split. Suarez is a second slower than Cachon there. Remember that Alejandro Cachon is 4.7 seconds adrift of Suarez. Diego Ruiloba has got underway on the stage as well. Seeing continuing good times from Miko Marcik. He's only 4 seconds adrift of Alejandro at 14 kilometers. And Hayden Paddon is underway on the stage. Have a look at Lukianuk. He's 9.6 seconds down from Cachon at the midpoint.
He's now on the plateau. Soon he will reach the downhill.
Let's just have a look at Eric Seiss in comparison. Yeah, he was a little bit faster than Eric at the start. He's starting to lose time to him. He's 1.9 seconds behind at the midpoint, Lukianuk, and Eric Seiss is only 5 seconds behind him overall. So we could see Seiss come very close here, or indeed change position.
And which crew? It was RS that had.
Yeah, they have not. They have completed.
Okay, because it means that probably someone did overtake him also. If he lost 2 minutes plus.
Yeah, Eric Seiss came through before him.
Dele a me gusta, por favor, al directo.
For Ivan Ares, who stopped at 14 kilometers into the stage, and we don't know why. We were assuming maybe to change a tyre, maybe something else has happened. We haven't got any stage end reporters at the end of this one to absolutely clarify what happened. Yeray Lemesh has also completed 17:10.5.
Dele a me gusta, por favor, al directo. Dele a me gusta. Deja un comentario, por favor. Y suscríbete, por favor. Vamos a hacer que esto crezca.
Another split in for Suarez against Cachon. Suarez is 1.8 slower than Cachon. Ruiloba is half a second faster than Suarez at the start of the stage. Oh my goodness, trying to keep up with the movements around between these three Spanish drivers is going to be something pretty incredible on this one.
All those guys are at the casino actually, playing the roulette.
They are right now. We've got Matteo Franceschi into the stage. We're waiting for our rally leader, Johan Bernardo, to join.
Dele a me gusta, dele a me gusta. Yo no veo a nadie. Ustedes lo que se quedan mirando el directo, pero no le dan a me gusta.
Well, they've done all they can. They just have to wait and see now what happens behind. But it is the fastest time on the board for Alejandro Cachon, 17:01. Back with Miko Marcik. It's only 3.9 seconds adrift of Alejandro at the fourth split point.
Dele a me gusta, por favor, comparte el directo. El Chema RD es una realidad, hermano. Vinimos para quedarnos, fue 6.000 suscriptores rumbo a los 7.000. Suscríbase al canal para que no se pierda nada de este canal. Recuerda que este canal del Chema RD es un completo, jamón, queso y pollo. Chema, ¿y qué es eso? un completo.
Now that you've seen the roads here, and you know you like to get behind the wheel yourself, would you ever attempt this event? Do you feel?
That's a beautiful.
Vamos dándole a me gusta a los que me están mirando ahora mismo.
No cuts and
Estamos en
the
directo.
remain the same is really great. I'm just thinking also that we are lucky that this is full sun and full dry, because can you imagine approaching this downhill with plenty of rain and even some fog? That's another story. And I must say that I'm probably not brave enough to compete on tarmac. I prefer gravel.
That's fair enough. We understand 100%, Julian
What about you?
Ignacio. Absolutely not. I'm one of those people that behind the wheel would be a nightmare. That's why I do the job I do right now. I would be far.
Vamos a compartirlo, vamos a poner que este directo se vaya lejos. Vamos a compartir el directo con los colegas de ustedes, con los familiares. Compartan este directo, por favor, y denle a me gusta. No olviden suscribirse y darle a la campanita de notificaciones. El Chema RD vino para quedarse, hermano. Somos una realidad. Somos 6,000 suscriptores rumbo a los 7,000. A Dios lo de Dios y al César lo del César. Si usted es un demagogo, sálgase de mi directo. Si usted anda con Dios, dele a me gusta a lo mío. Prende la demagogo. Mira esa grasa. Dele a me gusta al directo, por favor. Compláceme con el me gusta.
Diego Ruiloba is 1 second slower. Could we see Alejandro Cachon move into podium position on this stage? The battle is still going to be epic between these four, because you've got to factor in Hayden Paddon as well. It's Cachon, Suarez, Ruiloba and Hayden Paddon who are all battling it out now for third position. It is crazy. We've got the opening split in for Paddon. He's also slower than Cachon by a second. Slower than Ruiloba by 2 seconds.
Dele a me
now
gusta,
at the
por
next
favor, al
point,
directo
and 3
y
seconds from
compártalo
Cachon.
y suscríbase, por
I think it's
favor.
going to be very difficult
De corazón.
for anyone to rival
Muchas
Alejandro
gracias.
on this stage.
Yeah, he's really strong, and
Si lo está disfrutando, dale a me gusta.
He was seeing that he was a bit not enough confident.
Yo no veo los me gusta.
In the first stage.
No veo los me gusta.
But in this one, he seems to know by heart.
Eso no cuesta nada.
Yeah, he really
Como
does.
compartirlo
It's
tampoco.
impressive
Comparte el
stuff,
directo,
and I
por
mean,
favor.
he said all along the
Estamos en
target
directo, el
was
Chema
to
RD.
get as high up as he possibly could, and when he said podium, yeah.
Pero mira, dale a me gusta. Yo lo estoy mirando, el directo como lo estás mirando tú. ¿Qué pasa, hermano mío? Así que usted se maneja. Así es que tú le dices a los menores que están por tu casa que tú eres un bacano. Y que tú le dices, menor, yo te voy a ayudar cuando tú te pongas esto. O menor, cuando tú estés creciendo que tú vayas para el play a jugar pelota, yo te voy a comprar un bate. Tú eres de esos falsantes que le venden sueño a la gente. Te voy a decir una cosa. Me engañaste a mí. Engañaste a ese muchachito. Te engañaste tú. Pero te monto la otra realidad. Adiós. Tú nunca lo vas a engañar, payaso, ¿oíste? Si quieres, no me des me gusta a mi directo. Sigue disfrutando el rally. Y que Dios te bendiga. Pero yo te lo estoy montando de corazón lo que te estoy diciendo, ¿oíste? Es para cuando tú en un momento de tu vida te sientas mirando el cielo así. O pidiéndole a Dios. O de rodillas en tu habitación. O cuando tú estés en tu cama. Porque todo eso que yo te estoy hablando yo lo he hecho. Pero Dios a mí me ha escuchado. Y Dios todo el tiempo me ha dado y me ha bendecido. ¿Sabes por qué? Porque Dios es el único que conoce los corazones de la persona. Ustedes los que me miran, los que andan atrás de sonido, y yo le doy sonido, pero no son humildes ni son bacanos. Eso en tiempo real yo se lo digo, ¿entiendes? Porque hay pilas que se quedan viéndome ahí, pero no le dan a me gusta así. Será como que los dedos lo tienen agarrado, Dele a me gusta al directo mío, hermano mío. Cuando usted entra a ver los directos del Chema RD, al canal del Chema RD, si usted no le va a dar me gusta, no entre a mi canal, hermano mío. ¿Y cómo que ustedes lo pueden entender? Que tienen que darle a me gusta y que tienen que suscribirse para uno seguir trabajando todos los días. Porque ustedes me exigen, me queman, me critican. Pila de gente en comentarios me dice de todo. Perdón. Entonces ustedes ni por educación ni por bacanería le dan a me gusta a los directos. Así no, manéjense mejor.
the brink now of getting into third position. Next to complete though is the man we're watching here, Alexei Lukyanuk.
Later on, it will be interesting to know what's really happened with his chicane story. And speaking about chicane story, I did mention that I had one in my career also that I'm still doing some nightmare about.
Yeah, this.
And Rich Milliner also, I'm sure, because he was Malcolm Wilson.
Dale a me gusta al directo, por favor.
When we had this story.
Vámonos, vámonos.
Yeah, in Mexico.
Dale a me gusta si te gusta como suena. Suscríbete a mi canal, no lo olvides.
With Alexei Lukyanuk, he has picked up a 10-second penalty for basically not observing.
Yes.
No olvides suscribirte, por favor. Y dale a la campanita de notificaciones.
Yeah, respect what was written on the roadbook. So it means that you can never shoot a chicane or you pushed it, you know, like we have seen on our stage number 1. Many crews did hit those plastic barriers that were empty, so very light, and each time you just push it slightly and it goes away by 20 meters.
Vamos, conectando con el directo, dale a me gusta, por favor. No olvides compartirlo el directo con tus colegas.
16.1 off the pace right at the front.
Y no olvides suscribirte.
Which means Eric Seiss is 9/10 of a second behind Alexei Lukyanuk now in the overall classifications, because he was 4.1 seconds faster in that stage. Looking at Mads Osberg and reminding you that Mads is in 8th position overall. Yaron Lemesh was 5.1 behind Mads, and Mads is 6.4 behind John Armstrong. Let's take a look at Osberg.
Ponga la bandera del país de donde lo está mirando, por favor. Ponga la bandera de su país de donde está mirando el directo del Chema RD, por favor.
Pretty much the opening 2 splits, but Armstrong's lost a little bit of ground to Mads up at split 4 now. Now, when we talk about Hayden Patten, well, he's 4.9 slower than Alejandro Cachon at the 3rd split point. So Cachon is really flying. In comparison to Suarez, he's 1.9 seconds slower, 2.5 seconds slower than Ruiloba. So he's going to drop behind. Well, he's already behind Suarez. He's on a joint overall time with Ruiloba, but it looks like he'll drop behind Alejandro Cachon here as well. Yeah, we can hear Owen Tracy here. Let's listen in.
Short 5 left into short 4 right, don't, and a left 060, short 5 left 50, stop short 5 right, 53 right, minus, closes, 5 left long, 4 left 90, hold 6 left into 6 right, tight and short 5, keep big stop, and left 030, early 1 right plus, half long, 50, 5 right into hug 4 left, and a 4 right plus long, 90, early 3 left minus long, 100 king, care, short 4 right plus closes, 50, 3 right plus long tightens, 40, 4 left opens 40 meters, tightens, 3 half long keep, 40, short 6 right, 120, 5 left plus, 80, finish, 6 right to stop.
See if they say anything. Too exhausted, probably both of them, to say anything at that point. 17:13.7 is the time for John Armstrong through there. It's 12.7 off the pace right at the front. It means that Mads Osberg is now within touching distance of Armstrong. He's only 0.8 of a second behind Armstrong now in the overall classifications. Okay, let's rejoin this battle then that we have going on. Julian, your eyes have widened.
I cannot believe that his voice is so fast.
Dale a me gusta, por favor, ya que la está disfrutando. Le subo, yo le gusta el volumen. Vamos, conectando conmigo. Disfrútenlo, mis seguidores, para ustedes.
Now, Suarez moved into third position on the previous stage. He only had half a second of an advantage over Ruilova and Hayden Patten, and a 4.7 second advantage over Alejandro Cachon. I'm missing a split sector for him. The last one I had, he was, well, he's almost at the end of the stage. Just wait. 4.5.
Vamos a compartirlo el directo, vamos a subirlo, vamos a llevarlo a 100 gente viéndolo ahora mismo. Vamos para 100 gente.
To that position,
Vamos.
Cachon is 0.2 of a second behind. One more stage to go. Oh, that's an incredible battle for that final spot on the podium.
Vamos, compartiendo el directo, denle a me gusta, por favor. No cuesta
Let's check
nada.
on Hayden Patten's split points. 6.2 seconds down, as you can see there, from Alejandro Cachon. And in comparison to Ruilova, he's 2.1 seconds slower. So it'll be Cachon, Suarez.
Vamos, compartiéndolo, vamos a subir este directo, vamos a compartirlo.
Ruilova, then Patton.
Los 47 que me están viendo que le den a me gusta.
Unless anything changes in
Denle a me
these
gusta, por
next,
favor.
few split points.
Que yo lo estoy haciendo para ustedes y para que lo disfruten. Son muchas horas de trabajo que llevo. Este es mi tercer mes.
Not that it's a battle and it's not a battle in a way, because Franceschi is not pushing for the win here. He's keen to just stay ahead of Patten, and now Spain's finest have put themselves in between Franceschi and Patten. So
It would be a perfect result for Franceschi.
for Franceschi, yes.
For Patten, this is big points that are escaping.
He needs to keep it on the road though, and that was his thing, wasn't it? You know, he didn't want to take the risk to try and catch Bernardo. What was interesting is that Franceschi got started on this stage really well. He was a second up on Bernardo, then they were level. Now Bernardo's a tenth of a second faster. I don't think Franceschi imagined that he would be fighting right at the front the way he is here.
Not at all. That's a huge step. But like we said, this is also a very typical rally, smooth roads, and the way is long.
Not hearing the dulcet tones of John Kennard, unfortunately.
No bananas in the air.
No bananas. Ruilova has completed 4.4 seconds adrift of Alejandro Cachon, faster than Suarez by a tenth of a second. So Suarez leads the Spanish pack by 0.2 of a second over Cachon, 0.4 of a second over Ruilova. Can you believe that they are separated, those three drivers, by 0.4 of a second going into the final power stage?
After 180 kilometers of stage.
Gracias, Vibramesa. Así se apoya de corazón. Un besote para ti, mi reina.
On the last stage.
Vaya. No le voy a dejar eso escondidito. Mira, tú que me estás mirando, te descubrí. Pero dale a me gusta. Dale a me gusta, pana. Que uno está trabajando por ustedes. Yo llevo el tercer mes sin pararme, yo, durmiendo 2 horas y 3. Para tú venir al directo mío a disfrutar lo mío y tampoco le da me gusta. Pero nada, para adelante, valor, disfrútelo. No me den me gusta. Con demagogia conmigo, que no le dan ni me gusta a los directos del Chema. No, pana, así no. Cuando usted entra a lo mío, usted tiene que darle a me gusta, usted tiene que dejarme un comentario. Chema, cállate. Chema, barbú. Chema, arreglate los dientes. Chema, todo lo que tú quieras, no, porque la gente lo que le desea el mal a uno, niño. La gente no ve que uno le dice que le den a me gusta y no hacen nada, ni ponen comentarios. Claro, vibra mecha, mija. ¿Qué te digo? Si así que andan esta gente. Pero yo estoy conforme con Dios. A Dios lo de Dios y a César lo del César. Yo lo que no tengo es demagogia en mi corazón y le puedo pedir a Dios sin miedo. Que yo no tengo temor a nada. Dale a me gusta, tú que me miras. Chico, tú. Si no te vas de mi directo. O me quieres ver para que me veas. Vete de ahí. Ya.
So look at the final splits that we've got coming through for Padden. 8.5 down from Alejandro Cachon, final split.
Vamos conectando con el directo y dándole a me gusta, por favor.
9.9 seconds.
He knows that he's done something with his face and his gestures.
Estoy aprendido con papá Dios, yo duro.
Yeah, he's not happy. You can instantly tell with Hayden Padden and the body language, and obviously the hands off the steering wheel straight away.
Vamos compartiendo, por favor, el directo mío. Complácanme con compartirlo, compártanlo por Facebook, por TikTok, por Instagram, compártanlo. Siempre me lo voy a comer si lo puede grabar fácilmente, como lo hice ahora. No olvides compartir el directo y darle a me gusta ni suscribirte. Denle a me gusta al directo, por favor.
Just listening into Andy Malfoy as he guides us through the stage.
Yes, he has a very good diction of the notes and no hesitations. It's very fluid, like you mentioned. Go.
Exactly the same time.
I really enjoyed listening.
17:01, exactly the same time as Alejandro Cachon. And now we switch to our rally leader. He's now 1 second slower than Franceschi.
And actually, we were speaking about those key instructors. We have 2 ski instructors in this car. because Benjamin is also a ski instructor. The hill, the mountain, just in front of the one of Bonato. So those two guys are having some good skills in terms of lines and.
Yeah, if you joined us yesterday, we were talking about the fact that Sebastian Ogier used to be a ski instructor. So did Johan Bonato. Now we know Benjamin Bralou as well, and also Volterol was a ski instructor. Andreas Mikkelsen was into skiing. I wouldn't say he was a ski instructor, but in his younger years, that was the original career. So we were fascinated to learn how many other competitors had skiing as part of their. He's 1.4 slower now than Franceschi final split. You know, I know Franceschi isn't targeting the win here, the push, but it's going to be close between them, lining up for the power stage. I mean, if you were Franceschi and you had this dangling carrot of maybe, you know, a couple of seconds for the win, when it's 5.5 coming into this stage, it's going to be less than that maybe now. You know, what do you do in Franceschi's position? There we go, he completes 1.8 seconds behind. So it's 3.7 seconds Bonato has over Franceschi.
Non, mais t'as rattrapé le temps à bloc, c'est un ordinateur qui parle.
So they were saying it was funny, it was a cool stage.
No olvides compartirla y no olvides darle me gusta, por favor.
Wow, at one moment you had a flow in your voice, in your bass notes, like it was just really studying, speaking so fast and so much information. And Benjamin said, "Oh, sorry, I was too in advance or too late." He said, "No, you were just catching back the time, you know, because you were probably just a little bit not exactly on the perfect tempo, and I had the feeling that it was a computer telling the notes. You were speaking so fast, but it was in a good way that he said that in the end."
No hay nada.
Okay, let's have a look at times here. He's a little frustrated at the end of the previous one. He's not too far off. You know, the pace of the guys at the front is 4.3 seconds behind Franceschi at 14 Ks.
And so going back to Franceschi, we think he will have a small angel on the left shoulder and a small devil on the right side.
Angel on the left, devil on the right, and he has to choose whether he goes gung-ho on the power stage and just goes for it, or whether he doesn't want to risk it. I wouldn't want to be in his brain right now. 3.7.
Yeah.
3.7 is all it is.
3.7 is a lot on kilometers, I would say.
Give me an answer. Would you go for it or not go for it?
No.
You wouldn't go for it.
No.
You see, with my stupid optimism, I would go for it. So this is our opinion in commentary right
I'm
now.
just not enough ambitious, probably. Let's say like this. No, in the position
No,
of...
esto está Alessandro.
Well, it's a big smile here from Sarah. Good job, is what they're saying.
Pusiste un huevo. Ese estaba maduro en todo
And the
día.
time for them on the board is 10 seconds. 10 seconds off the pace at the front. Half a second behind Pattentry there.
Yeah, for me, 3.7 seconds on 11 kilometers is a bit too much to catch back on the...
Okay. We'd love to hear your thoughts out there. Hashtag ERC Live. Would you go for it? Would
Vamos
you not
conectando
go for
con
it
el
if you're
directo.
Franceschi right now?
Dale a me gusta, por favor. Dale a me gusta, compártalo y suscríbase. Yo soy campesino. Yo no sé, yo no veo banda.
Julian Ingrassia is the sensible one. He would not go for it. But if you're flying by the seat of your pants like myself, then you would. We follow Philip Marish now as he works his way up the hill. And if you are just joining us, we're on the penultimate stage of Rally Islas Canarias, which has delivered so much this weekend in terms of competition. It's been so incredibly tight and continues to be so incredibly tight by so many drivers. We still have a small gap between Bernardo and Franceschi, but in even smaller gaps behind. The battle for third is just fascinating right now.
Venga. Venga. Gracias por entrar a mi directo, denle a me gusta, por favor.
Alejandro Cachon has set the fastest time in this stage. Well, it's a joint fastest time with Franceschi, 17:01. And just a reminder, Philip Maris is in this stage. We've got Mabellini who are following as well. Mabellini's 4 seconds behind Maris. Maris is 4 seconds behind Perez in the overall classifications.
Vamos conectando con el directo, denle a me gusta, por favor. Al rally no importa la edad.
Ya, pero digo que
Sí, sí. Pero mira cómo maneja este viejo.
Una cosa cuando
As
hay
you can see,
como
very
grande que
hashtags
debería
can
ir un
be used
poco
to
Claro.
conversation in terms of social media, ERC Live,
Mira, mira cómo
and
mete ese hombre, ¿cómo
hashtag
es?
Rally Islas Canarias.
Denle a me gusta si lo está disfrutando, por favor. No cuesta nada. Yo lo estoy disfrutando. No olvide compartirlo el directo, por favor.
Sergei Perez has completed the stage with a time of 17:25. And Maris and Mabellini both up on him on the splits that I have. And Maris completes the stage a good 9 seconds faster. So remember, Maris was behind by 4 seconds, but he moves ahead of Perez now overall by 5 seconds. A total time of 17:16 through that stage. For Philip Maris, it's 15 seconds off the pace of the front, but he does move up a position. Mabellini was just 4 seconds behind Maris coming into this one. He is slower than him on the splits, but he is quicker than Perez.
Sinistra 4, destra 3, mi corta no. Sinistra 5, 20 più del 4 corte, 15, 30, destra 4 corta, 40 più del 3 mio, 40 più del 3 mio, sinistra 3 più lunga, 30. Anticipa destra 4, corta, e sinistra 5, 50 più del 4 più, e destra 4 lunga.
It is a case now of getting through these stages. Andrea knows that. He's been making a few tweaks with the car as he's been going in between stages and also at the surface brakes. Not quite found the sweet spot that he wanted.
Destra ancora più corta non forte 4 meno e sinistra 5, 30. Destra ancora meno lunga no. Sinistra 4 meno.
Dale a me gusta al directo, por favor. Si lo está disfrutando, dale a me gusta, por favor.
Sinistra 3 più corta no.
No olvide suscribirse.
And that is Andrea Mabellini through. It's a time through the stage of 17:22. You can see it on the screen. A shake of the hand between him and Virgie, and they think now in their minds of the power stage. The final stage of the event, which of course is coming up next for us. So, through the stage then, Franceschi and Caccion are fastest drivers through with a time of 17.01. Bernardo was 1.8 behind that with Ruilova 4.4 seconds off the pace. Then Suarez was so close between those guys. Then Marcik, Osberg and Wagner to take us to the top 8 through the stage. And there are the rest of the drivers to take us to the top 10, Ledes and Padden. Let's take a look at the overall classifications now then. Young Benato's lead is 3.7 seconds over Matteo Franceschi. Suarez continues to hold third position overall, but Alejandro Caccion has made his way into fourth position, second between him and podium. Diego Ruilova is just 0.2 of a second behind Caccion, and Padden is 5.5 seconds behind Ruilova. It is so close heading into the final stage, of course, for that third position overall.
50, lap right block 43.
No me hacen la cuenta.
Para ver la cual.
Diablo, puede hacer que me come el pie hoy, espérate, que el pie no va. Sube muchas veces la noche. Por eso. Y por una hora que vuela. O sea, por eso sube. Que cuando está presentando esa parte ahí sube. Le provoca. Ah, pero bueno, se te lo empuja 3 veces y 3 veces lo trae, compadre.
Ya, se ve dulce.
Siempre.
Libre más decente que él comiendo.
Es porque tiene abajo muy grande.
No, porque él es chiquito. Papá, era por lo
Tío, que están haciendo.
de este tipo por ahí abajo, loco. Libra, cuidado.
Welcome everyone to the second round of the European Rally Championship for 2024, the ERC, at Rally Islas Canarias. Beautiful Gran Canaria is our host with the challenging tarmac stages here, becoming the ultimate playground for our competing crews. The second destination then on an 8-round calendar, which takes in some new events this year as well as the classics. We are going to be heading to Wales and to Poland to close out to the end of the season, to the championship. It has been an interesting few days here on the Canary Islands. Our crews have been in action since Thursday evening. I think it's about time we got you up to speed with everything that has gone on so far on the island. As I mentioned, Thursday evening saw a capacity 8,000 strong crowd cheer on the rack right now. Millie Johansson leading the field there and first off the line on the power stage. That's always a big thing, being first on the road and on the way to what would be a first victory in the junior ERC. A little bit of nerves maybe before the start here for Johansson?
I would say of course, but I don't know this guy, and maybe he's a bit more calm than I am. But I remember for sure when we were some juniors with 7, even one time we were a 0 car, and we had to open the roads in Corsica in 2007, just in front of...
Conectando al directo, vamos. El Chema RD está en directo.
So I had some really nice
Disfrútenla.
those juniors.
No olvides suscribirse a mi canal, hermano, y darle a me gusta. También la puede compartir, por favor.
Years of age and has seen some success this year because actually scooped the junior win at WRC Rally Sweden earlier in the year and is now poised to take victory here in the Canary Islands. It has been a fantastic weekend in terms of the junior category. And just like in the main category, we've got 2 Frenchmen out front. In the junior category, it's 2 Swedes, Millie Johansson, who you see here.
Vibra, ven. Yo no quiero que te la aplique, diablo. No olvides suscribirse a mi canal y no olvides darle a me gusta. Tú que entras a mirar el directo mío, dale a me gusta. No olvides suscribirte. Recuerda que yo estoy trabajando sin pararme, hermano.
Ha muerto un colega.
Tuyo. Tuyo. Qué mal. ¿De qué?
No sé, estoy llamando a otro colega que me diga lo que ha pasado.
Me trae un papel grande.
Argentina. No tengo dinero.
Vale. Ahí, ahí. Gracias por conectar al directo del Chema RD. No olvides suscribirte y darle a la campanita de notificaciones. También dale a me gusta al directo. Por favor, te lo agradezco, hermano. Y que Dios te bendiga.
Leading the way, and Kalle Karlberg, who's 27.5 seconds behind heading into this final stage. It's been a dominant performance from Millie Johansson, showing that his capability on any surface now. And we talked about this, if you want to be a champion, you have to be able to master gravel, snow, and of course tarmac. He has a win on snow under his belt in the World Championship this year and is on impressive form here.
Yes, and I can tell you that coming from snow to dry tarmac like this is not an easy task, let's say, because of course on snow you can help you can take advantage of the snowbanks. For example, you can just slide a little bit and just hit it with the rear of the car. And here, this is a complete opposite exercise that is asked. You have to be very precise at everything online. You brake very hard, aggressive braking online. Then you turn the steering wheel. you try to open the line as much as you can as soon as possible. He's able to manage those two different situations, so congrats to him. We wish that he will reach the end of this power stage without any trouble, and indeed.
No, it certainly looks like that's the case, but even though they had a good run through here earlier on and they have been looking after that lead throughout the day, still I'm sure there's a few nerves, a few butterflies. He's got to keep his focus, listen intently to Johan, his co-driver, delivering the notes now as they head through the final kilometres to be able to take victory on the island. They had a good result at the opening round of the junior category in Hungary just a few weeks ago, but to take the win is always something special. Junior categories in any programme, you know how important they are because you're a graduate of the junior category within the WRC, but when we come to the pyramid of championships and also then the categories within those championships to make your way through, it's so important. The team just watching on here, back at base, you know, every kilometre will be taking hours, I'm sure, for everyone watching
you
right
were asking
now.
about how stressed is the driver and the co-driver at that moment, but for the moment probably this is a team that is the most stressed. Smile guys, smile.
It'll be fine, I'm sure. But it is so important to graduate through these championships, to really put the work in these categories, because it does serve you so well as you move through your career.
Yes, and the junior championships, if we speak about ERC or the WRC, this is really the place where you will
Vamos dándole me gusta por favor al directo.
and to which opponents you will be fighting. And we are already with big format of events, long days, long recce's, so it needs to have some strong nerves already.
Comparte el directo, por favor.
Juniors just to build up their confidence, their talents, their skills, but also their nerves.
Absolutely, and you can see his nerves are intact because he was fastest on the previous stage, didn't need to be, already had a fantastic run through the rally so far and a fantastic lead coming into this one, but he was fastest on the previous stage. It's great to see these shots from the heli, just watching the final couple of kilometers now as Johansson makes his
Gracias a
way
los que
through.
están mirando el rally conmigo. Muchas gracias, de verdad.
Beautiful. We were speaking about the
Dale a me gusta al directo.
snake. This one that is in front of our eyes, running all over the island. There are so many roads here.
Here we go, then we pick up the cameras in the final sector of the power stage for our junior ERC. Almost victors on their way to their maiden junior ERC victory. Keeping them all together beautifully. It's been a fine display of tarmac driving this weekend from Emilio Johansson.
Vale. Tu papá, te gordo.
And the flying finish approaches, and there we go. 7:22.9, but more importantly, the victory in junior ERC for Emilio Johansson and Johan Grombold. Congratulations to them both. It is such an epic moment to pick up that first victory in the category, and they've done that. They still have to go through, obviously, putting the time cards in. I'm sure they're feeling the emotions right now. Let's find out. Peter Mackay is down there to chat to them as they get out of the car and onto the roof.
Smash a little bit the roof, smash the roof.
Vamos conectando con el directo. Dale a me gusta, por favor. Muchas gracias.
You are a winner in the European Junior Championship. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. For sure, we didn't know that we had this speed on tarmac, and yeah, only my third rally in this car on tarmac, and for sure we had done good preparations and all that. But yeah, I want to say thanks to my team, IK Sports, and also to Johan for a superb job the whole weekend. Also, a big thanks to my sponsors and my coach, Pontus Tiedemann.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a nice nod to Pontus Tiedemann, who has been coaching him through, and it's so important. We see so many drivers now who are picking up, drivers with a lot of experience to help them, to guide them, and that certainly helped Miller Johansson as Miko Marcik completes the event for us. It's a 6:54.9, and remember, we're on the power stage of the event, and of course, extra driver points are available here for the top 5 fastest cars through.
And this is why we have seen Marcik having a really late and heavy break on the finish line. He just wanted to go as far as possible and grab the last tenths of a second, like you mentioned. Probably get some points.
We follow Andrea Mabellini.
I know the result's not what you want, but how do you feel about your performance in the car?
Yeah, it was not bad. I would say that just 1/10 per kilometer faster and it would be really good. It was quite good race from our side with Szymon. I would like to thanks a lot to our team, Cresta Racing, Marci, Siaku, Kinga, all the team, which was with us through all the weekend. About the performance side, I'm happy because the competition was really tight. Quite a lot of Spanish drivers who know how to drive here on Gran Canaria. Very fast guys from France. Really, I appreciate Johan Bonato and Matteo Francesi. We are happy with the driving. It could be better, but I felt a little bit that we were not here last 2-3 years, and we struggled a little bit about that, but I was doing my best.
Dale a me gusta al directo, por favor. Tú que lo estás mirando, dale a me gusta, dale a la pantalla al me gusta. Y no olvides suscribirte a mi canal, por favor, hermano. A Dios lo de Dios y a César lo del César. No tenga tanta maldad. Entonces, déme un me gusta. Que yo estoy transmitiendo en directo, hermano, y estoy aquí. No me escuchas. Tienes que escuchar el llamado. Recuerda.
4.1 seconds off the pace. He was the winner of the power stage last year. It's a shake of hand at the end of what has been not a completely difficult event for them, but they haven't quite found the rhythm out there. I know they've made a few changes with regard to car setup during the weekend. They haven't seemed to have quite found the sweet spot. And that's Philip Maris off the line, and we'll hear from Andrea Mabellini shortly. It is Miko Marcik with the fastest time through so far on the power stage.
A little bit nervissimo, but it was okay. We have some new data, so what we can do.
Está bueno eso de chon.
And everything. So yeah, few kilometers few kilometers more, and let's see the next one.
Yes, so definitely not happy about this rally. Turn the next page and looking forward for the driver.
I think that's all he can do right now. It's not gone the way he wanted it to, Mabellini. We know that he has incredible pace on tarmac. It hasn't shone through, unfortunately, this time around. Like he says, it is, like you say, turn the page, try again.
You know, sometimes when the car, the whole package, I mean, it can be plenty of...
Papá, pásame la basura ahora mismo. Que me la llevo todo. Cuidado. No voy a botar para hacer colección de bolsas. Vale. Abajo hay otros sacos, ¿sabes? Cuidado, sí, sí. Vale. Y abajo hay otro.
Nota que está primero. La otra nota.
¿Cómo me eché? Madre mía, cómo me duele.
Coge eso. Pero había nuevo, ahora no tengo yo. ¿Tienes uno tú? Vibra, siéntate, vale. No ando en mucha película.
It's not working. You can be
Muy
the
bien.
best driver on the road.
Es verdad que tú me escuchas,
You will
man.
not be able to fight. So.
That's Philip Marish through 1.3 seconds behind the fastest time of Miko Marchik.
And we still have a bit of the consent. Was it Marish that had a time penalty? Or Matic?
It's Marchik.
It was Matic, so. Matic was saying that he will have an
Appeal
appeal
that.
on
Yeah.
that.
Philip, safely to the end of Rally Las Canarias. How would you assess the weekend overall?
To be honest, we are not so happy with our weekend, but okay, it's like this. And still, there are some positives to take from this rally, and we will keep working. I would like to thank all members of my team for their effort, Radek for perfect navigation in the car.
Dale a me gusta al directo, por favor.
Yeah, we will keep working and hopefully we will be stronger in the future.
It's the attitude to have and a nice nod to all the team for
For
the event. We know they have been playing about with setup changes as well and trying to get the very best out of the car and still the understanding of it. So it's a nice nod back to the team in service. You do a lot of hard work. There's a lot of people behind the scenes that are working constantly to try and get these guys to the top of their game.
And this is a bit of a contrast to listen to those two previous guys saying that there are two or three previous guys saying that they are disappointed and that they expected better from this race. When we compare to what is coming soon, we have plenty of guys in the front that have been fighting with tenths of a second the whole weekend. And we heard many times, we just enjoyed it and it was a cool, super cool stage and the rally is great, so.
Eric Size comes through third fastest here. So it's a 6:58.4 for Size.
Someone that was really strong there today, Wagner,
Absolutely.
was in a better shape than yesterday, let's say.
We've seen some great pace from Wagner today. Let's hear from Eric Size, though. What's his assessment of it all?
Eric, got to the end of the rally, 2 tough days. Tell us how it's been.
Probably not the day what I want to remember, but at least we know where we need to build our confidence a bit more, but definitely thanks to Igor because he did a mega job. Also my team and partners that we could start here, and for sure my family, girlfriend and all the supporters because it's been amazing support whole weekend because I struggled a little bit and they give me all the smiles, so thank you.
Yeah, sometimes you need that.
Dale a me gusta al directo, tú que lo estás mirando. Ya que lo disfruta, dale a me gusta. Saque esa maldad de su corazón, Satanás. Tan malo que son.
Enrique Cruz now, 8-time regional champion here, and just such a superb record on this island. Incredible pace. We've been here previously when you witnessed this event, he's always one of the benchmark drivers that you look for in terms of time. But this weekend though, he's back in 12th position heading
Dale a me gusta,
into
dale a me
the final
gusta.
stage.
Suscríbase a mi canal también para que goce de todo el contenido de mi canal. Recuerda que este canal es Jamón, Queso y Pollo, el canal del Chema RD. ¿Y qué es eso, Chema? Jamón, Queso y Pollo, un completo.
Well, he does complete faster so far. It's a good run from Cruz on this final power stage. 6:54.1 is the time. There's always a huge amount of support here for him. So Alexei Lukyanuk into the final stage for us. Let's hear from Enrique.
Enrique, there's a lot of the local Canaries fans here to see you. How do you feel getting to the end of the rally?
Ha sido 2 días muy largos, ahora aquí el último nos la hemos jugado un poco en el TC Plus, pero no tenía más de lo que daba, así que estoy muy contento. Gracias a ustedes.
He said it's been a very, very long 2 days and he couldn't have done more than he did out there this weekend, and thank you to everyone.
Dale a me gusta y gracias por estar en mi directo de corazón. Muchas gracias.
Not only those 2 days of rally. This is all the Rickies, the super stage, the qualifying stage on the morning before. So yeah, it's long.
It is long, and then everyone puts a superhuman effort into it on every single day. Simon Wagner, who we're watching here, he's just a 1/10 of a second behind Efren Lorena in the classifications. They're good friends. He said earlier on, I'm battling with my good friend Efren. So let's see whether Simon Wagner can get ahead or whether Lorena will keep him behind on this final power stage. 1/10 of a second is absolutely nothing. And it looks like a good time on the board for Wagner. He'll have to wait and see if he's won the battle between himself and Efren. Whether he finishes in 11th or in 10th position overall, all important, of course, points-wise.
Dale a me gusta, tú que me estás mirando, por favor. Dale a me gusta al directo. Suscríbase a mi canal también.
Simon, I can't remember a rally
Dale a me
where the
gusta,
times
por
have been
favor.
so close. Tell us as a driver how competitive
Para que
this
siga
team has been
disfrutando.
this weekend.
Very interesting to be fair. No, we really enjoyed the whole weekend. Of course, I was hoping for a bit more, but
Ya hizo
there
el
are
video.
a lot of very, very good and famous guys out there, so it's incredible to fight with them. Yeah, we enjoyed. Thanks to the team, thanks to Skoda, thanks to Michelin for the amazing tires. We'll be back stronger for sure.
Yeah, Pete's right in what he's asking. It has been so close between so many drivers, right down to the top 20. We've been following all these little battles with everyone swapping places all of the time, and that's great because it's keeping everyone really on their toes, really alert. There's never a case where there's been minutes between drivers.
Yeah, that's right.
Los que están ahora mismo en el directo, por favor, dale a me gusta.
Of course, but,
Para que siga disfrutando de estas transmisiones.
as a former competitor,
Eso no le cuesta nada a ustedes, dale a me gusta al directo.
during your race or your rally.
Ponga su comentario, la bandera de su país.
The rally.
A ver si tú estás participando ahí, si tu bandera está en ese rally.
To have someone to catch in front of you, and you know that you have the full Saturday to deliver the best pace. And in
Lo
the
puede
end,
compartir el directo.
we will see between Larena and Wagner how it ends up.
And Lukyanuk completes now then. Previous 3-time winner of this event. It's great to see him back in competition. We saw him on 2 ERC events last year. And he's been adapting to a brand new Hyundai here. To give you the time for Lukyanuk, it is 6:57.5. Which is 5th fastest through out of a total of 8 drivers. Enrique Cruz leads the power stage at the moment.
Alexei, the local fans are happy to see
Los que
you
están
here.
ahora en el directo, denle a me gusta, por favor.
Back to this island after a few years away.
Yeah, the island is fantastic as always. The weather was so nice. The conditions are just perfect for enjoying the things.
Los que están en el directo, que le den me gusta, por favor.
All that. Good really, thank you. Yeah, we enjoyed a lot the roads. We need to be a bit faster next time, but yeah, it's a great event.
It is a great event, and he's obviously enjoyed it out, but there's been a lot of new for him this weekend. New car, new co-driver, new team. But he's here at the end of it. Now, Afra and Lorena, let's look at that battle with Simon Wagner. Remember, there's a tenth of a second between them. Advantage Lorena. Lorena's 1.5 seconds slower at the midpoint of the stage. Let's see what he can do in the final sector here. Final split we have is 2.4 seconds down.
Vale, voy a empezar a borrar. Ve poniendo. Lo estaba poniendo por la boquita.
¿Estás fumando hielo?
No. Tenía mucho Sofía.
¿Quieres poner el plano?
Sí, sí, vángalo. Ahí sí. Denle a me gusta al directo, por favor. Y no olvides suscribirse a mi canal y comparte el directo también. Y disfrútenlo de parte de Chema RD.
So we see that even though we know the drivers know this stage because they have done it this morning, some of them are able still to create a big gap just in pure driving.
Lorena completes on with a 6:57.9. Wagner is ahead of him by 2.6 seconds in the overall classifications. As Mads Osberg, Patrick Barth into the stage. And this is Yeray Lemesh, we can see.
Efren just a little bit behind Simon Wagner there, unfortunately, but you've been
No olvide
fighting
darle me
all
gusta
day. Tell me
y
how
no
you
olvide
feel at the end of
suscribirse a
this
mi
rally.
canal, por favor.
For sure, feeling was okay. Just to say thank you to the team. They did an amazing job during all the rally. Sarah as well. For sure, I'm really disappointed. This is not the result that we wanted, and that I think that we deserve. I think we are fighting for much more in the overall, but it is what it is. For sure, it's not a good day, but I don't know what more to say.
He has been fighting pretty hard out there today. Unfortunately, it hasn't quite gone his way. Lemes looking good here on the times. He's a tenth of a second up on Enrique Cruz. And of course, we're waiting for the battlers to get underway on this stage. The first one of them is in, and that is Hayden Paddon. The battle for the podium positions. Jari Lemes has had a really strong final day here. 3.1 seconds off the pace, then it's still Enrique Cruz who is leading this final power stage for us. That's John Armstrong, who has had a super impressive performance on tarmac this weekend.
Yes, it was one of the revelations of this rally. And this power stage for Osberg will be something interesting to watch, because he said that he found why he was so slow at the beginning of the rally. So now we're going to see if he's able to grab some big points.
Tell us your feelings after the rally, well done. Ahora en el último piloto, igual, pero estamos aquí contentos, primero del canario y nada, celebrar.
They've had an epic day. First in the Canarian Championship, they've had some problems along the way, but that's the key thing for them. He's very happy with that. Yes, you mentioned Mads Osberg had said that he had identified an issue earlier with regards to the brakes. They'd done a lot of changes with the brakes yesterday, and today he noticed something. They made a change, and he felt like he was starting a brand new rally. So yeah, now is the opportune moment then to show us.
Yes, I mean, even for him, this is the moment of confirmation that he has a good setup now on the car, and he can deliver the pace he wants to grab some big points, extra points. For the moment, it will be the case. He will be in front by almost 1 second.
6:53.2 then becomes the new time to beat in the power stage. Now, remember, going into this stage, as we see Paddon off the line, Armstrong, in comparison to Osberg, was only 8/10 ahead.
Mads, I think you like this stage. You've just gone quickest through there. Those could be very valuable power stage points by the end of the season, do you think?
For sure, if that's possible, but I think it's not fast enough against the faster drivers. But for sure, it's nice to feel the progress and that we've had now and everything is working. So I think we need to take this rally as a lesson. It's the first rally of the year for us in ERC, and we didn't come prepared at all. So of course that's a bit disappointing, but okay, we have to learn. We have to look forward to Sweden now and prepare properly and make sure that everything is perfect.
Well, I tell you what, talking about preparing to be perfect, everything needs to be perfect with John Armstrong's drive right now to remain ahead of Mads Osberg. I mentioned there's only 0.8 of a second between them going into this stage. In Armstrong's favour, he is doing very well on the splits though. He's 1.2 seconds faster than Osberg at 10 kilometres. What a drive from Armstrong this weekend. I honestly didn't expect to see such a performance on tarmac. It's been a step up into Rally 2 for him this year. ERC3, of course, last year. And the confidence, the commitment he's shown, and he's never once seen under pressure. And he's faster than Osberg through here, and the fastest through. What a performance!
Yes, I have to say that probably the conditions this weekend, very, very nice roads, beautiful weather, no tricks, I would say, this weekend, did help him to just give the best of him and release maybe his pure talent. I don't know, you know, sometimes you just need an event where everything is smooth and easy and you go for it.
I think you're absolutely right. Let's hear from him.
John Armstrong, you've just gone fastest. You've beaten Max. What weekend? Your best weekend in rallying so far?
Yeah, probably. I give it a good half and go in there, that's for sure. We had a good run in here this morning, only half the pace now, so I just tried to push on the limit. Tried not to push too much and slide, but yeah, I really like this stage, so big thanks to Amsor and MI Rally Academy and Owen on the notes, all the sponsors. We wouldn't be here without them, and yeah, thankfully this weekend we could show a bit of speed, so let's keep going this way.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible speed when you consider the tarmac specialists and experts around him this weekend. 6:52 is the new fastest time on the power stage. We have Hayden Padden into the stage right now. Padden's in 6th position. He started the day in 3rd. He was 3rd up until a couple of stages ago. And it's just the Spanish drivers who have been on absolute form this afternoon, who have blasted past him, but there's not a huge amount of time between him and them. Maybe too much in 11 kilometers? We'll find out shortly. He's 5.5 seconds behind Ruiloba. So 5.5 seconds behind 5th position right now. It's a lot to ask with just 11.5 kilometers, isn't it?
Yes, especially when we see how tight it was during the whole week. We used to say that, yeah, more than 0.2 of a second per kilometer is a huge task.
Well done. Frustrating, but we're there. Yeah.
Dale me gusta, por favor, al
Shake of
directo.
the hand and John Kennard trying to Hayden up just a little bit.
Yeah, he said that it was frustrating. But in the end, we don't really know why Padden was
Maybe we're about to find out.
not in this.
Hayden, you've just gone quickest through there. You've done so many rallies in your career. Just how competitive has this weekend been?
Oh, massively competitive. Probably one of the most competitive rallies I've ever done. We've been trying this weekend. Okay, we haven't quite had the package to be right at the front, but yeah, not the result we wanted. But I can tell you, it's not from a lack of trying. But hats off to everyone, like the 3 Spanish guys. They've been going incredibly fast. Obviously, Francesca and Bernardo as well. So yeah, we haven't had a bad weekend, but when you look at the result, it makes it look bad. So yeah, I think that's a credit to the championship.
Well, I couldn't have put it better myself, to be honest. He said it all right there, hasn't he?
Probably next time he will have to shake the magic wands a bit stronger.
Yeah, he talked about shaking the magic wand on the car yesterday.
Dale me gusta, por favor, al
Everything
directo.
seemed to work quite well. He's talked about a few limitations, but he's paid full credit to
Llegó la
these
esposa
boys. We're kicking off with the Spanish trio. Diego Ruiloba first. Just a reminder that he is in 5th position overall. 0.2 of a second behind Cachon. 0.4 of a second behind 3rd position. Diego's giving it everything today. He was the fastest through on this stage this morning. Not only is he looking at EOS... at the Spanish Championship as well.
3 seconds.
What a time, 6:48.7. 3 seconds faster through that stage. It is the new fastest stage time on the board. He'll want to know what the drivers are doing behind, and Alejandro Cachon is 1.3 faster than Ruiloba. As we watch the man in third position right now, Jose Suarez off the line.
Wow, Diego, fastest by 2.9 seconds. Tell me how hard you pushed in there.
Yes, I try to push very hard. This stage is very important for us, for the Spain Championship, and this is the moment. Sorry, if I watch the splits.
You cannot wait.
I have loved
wait.
Yeah, I wait for José Antonio y Alejandro. Alejandro viene Cachón. Oh.
Good luck.
Subió el medio algo al canal.
Cachon is fast, he's saying,
Déjame
and
ver.
he is. We're watching the splits with you, Diego. He's giving it everything he possibly can. His passion for it all is just, it's infectious, isn't it? It's incredible.
You're gonna stay on the stop line.
He is, he's gonna wait. So Cachon is really fast. He's the fastest of the three right now. He's the man in fourth position. But with the pace he's setting right now, he will take third. Jose Antonio Suarez is 1.4 slower at the first split. Suarez would need to really pick up that pace. Cachon has been amazing this weekend. I think he has really been the star of it. 2.5 seconds fastest through. Alejandro Cachon has done all he can. He has led the rally. He has set faster stage times. Could he be taking his first ever ERC podium away? We will have to wait and see on that score.
Toma, niña, ya.
Matteo Franceschi second overall right now.
Alejandro, you're fastest through the stage so far. What a fight you've done today. What do you feel like right now?
José Antonio, let's see, we have to wait. But how much seconds to Ruiloba? Okay, was amazing rally. The team Chema RD Motorsport did an incredible job. The car is amazing. Any problem all of the weekend, and it's amazing. Come here the first time and have this rhythm. For sure, I have to say thanks to the team and to Toyota for believing me this year. Thank you.
Wow, what a reaction. And he still has to wait
Parece que lo hizo bacanísimo él ahora hoy.
in the ERC, but also in the Spanish
Qué bueno,
Championship as
eh.
well. These three are battling it out in that championship. So there's two things they're looking at right now. And for Cachon, he was 17th after that tyre damage yesterday. He lost 36 seconds with that, and he's worked his way right back up to a potential podium. Suarez is 5.3 slower at the final split. So for Suarez, you know, when everything was so close out there, it was just 0.4 of a second between Suarez, Cachon and Ruiloba. Suarez is losing out here. There will be a change of position. As he crosses the line then, 5.8 seconds off the pace, right at the front. It is Alejandro Cachon who wins the battle of the Spanish drivers here. Ruiloba is second through, then Suarez.
And you can see that Suarez gave everything. I mean, the last braking was really late and strong. He was really close from all the tightest lines, but still it was not enough. And it is actually quite a big lesson from Cachon.
Yeah, Alejandro Cachon's time was something special. They've all done all they could. And here are our rally leaders, Johan Bernardo and Benjamin Burrell. Let's hear from Jose Antonio Suarez.
Jose Antonio was a big push, but just missed out. Tell me how that stage went.
Yeah, it was not enough. I pushed really hard as I have, and okay, this is a good position. It's a good result for sure for our Spanish championship. Also, I think it's a good show for the people. We were fighting all the day, and let's see, let's work. And
he has pushed hard. All three of them have, and it's been an epic battle for all of us to watch and everyone who's been stage side. Okay, our top two then, Matteo Franceschi, Johan Bernardo, start this stage with 3.7 seconds between them. Matteo Franceschi in that second place right now. He was very keen though to just remain ahead of Padden, but with Bernardo only 3.7 seconds in the distance, what does Franceschi do? Does he give it a little bit more of a push?
I don't think so. Yeah, I was saying that he should be serious and bring back the car with all the big points.
6:49.6 then is the time for Matteo Franceschi. Another podium in Italy. He picked up his first in Hungary just a few weeks ago, and now he claims another. With all being well for Bernardo, that would be second position overall for Franceschi, but let's see how Bernardo does through here. He is faster on the opening split by 1/10 of a second over Franceschi. It's great to watch the teams back at base here in the service park because it is nervous moments watching these cars make their way through the stages. All the work, and it comes down to the final 11.5 kilometers.
Matthew, I can't tell you anything yet, but what I can tell you, you're leading the European Rally Championship. How does that feel?
I feel really good. It was an amazing weekend again. I hope to podium again as well, so yeah. Absolutely no word, it's amazing. We don't expect to be at this place in Canada on tarmac, because I need to learn everything on tarmac, so just thank you to my team, thank you to everybody around me, it's amazing, thank you.
He's emotional again, and I don't blame him. It's a brilliant result, and like you said, he didn't expect it. But let's talk about the man right in front of us right now, Johan Bernardo, 40 years of age and on for what would be a second victory on the island.
Yes.
Brilliant performance, Julian.
Yes, from him and from his driver and from the team, because we did not hear about any issue or troubles with his car, with anything.
Dale a me gusta al directo, por favor.
Quite well prepared. Of course, they have the knowledge and the experience of the previous years, but still, when we see how hard was the competition this weekend, yeah, there is also the performance of the whole team, like you say.
So the final split that I have is the midpoint split for Bernardo. He was half a second slower than Franceschi at that point. But we're almost at the stage end now. He's been cool, calm, confident, and full of character as ever throughout the entire weekend. This is split 3, then 1.2 seconds slower. It's certainly going to be close at the end between them. Reminder that
control.
Julian Ingrassia is not fazed by this whatsoever. But Bernardo's keeping it exciting right until the end there with the yellow boards, and he heads through the flying finish. And Bernardo claims his second win here at Rally Islas Canarias. Fantastic stuff from Bernardo. The celebrations can begin in earnest now. What an incredible battle we have seen right at the front throughout the weekend. Huge celebrations back in the service park, well deserved. Hugs and congratulations to the team. It's just been brilliant. There's the car of Matteo Franceschi just holding back to see what Bernardo could do. And now the celebrations can really begin. The French flags are flying. A French 1 and 2 here on the island. Brilliant scenes with Johan and Benjamin on the top of the car. The delight is clear to see. It's a job well done.
Te lo que trololo, Gantel de los Gantel, dale a me gusta de una vez, tú sabes todo.
No, thanks to everybody.
Compártelo este directo en
My
Facebook.
new team, Tarayek,
Para que entre más gente.
It was a very good weekend, but the driver of the weekend I think is Matteo Franceschi. He did a very good weekend and it's good for him for the championship. I hope for him the title at the end of the season. But we did a good job, all the mechanics worked well, the car was perfect. My engineer, everybody, my family, my mother is here, so that's perfect. Second time, second victory. Why not perfect? We are very so happy and thank you my team, thank you everybody. Well done. Thank you.
Second victory on the island, third in total in the ERC. A nice nod to Matteo Franceschi as well as the driver of the weekend. But you can see what it means to the crew. This is what it's all about, isn't it? It's a hard-fought weekend which has entertained every single one of us. Whether we've watched it through the TV, whether we've watched it on the stage sides. It has been epic. Alejandro Cachon takes the power stage win then. What a performance throughout the weekend and rounding it off perfectly with the fastest time at the end of it. Let's take a look at the stage results with confirmation of the power stage points. Alongside Cachon was fastest, then Ruilova, then Franceschi, then Bernardo, and Patton taking a point away from the power stage. Wow, Johan Bernardo then takes his second win on the island in incredible style this weekend. We saw the lead change on every single stage from Thursday night throughout Friday morning until Friday afternoon. And confirmation that Johan Bernardo seals it by 2.8 seconds over Franceschi. Alejandro Cachon picking up his first ERC podium. Ruilova takes fourth, Jose Antonio Suarez takes fifth position overall, Patton takes sixth, John Armstrong seventh, and Mads Osberg eighth overall. What an incredible battle we have seen here this weekend. We keep talking about it, it really has been an absolute thriller. As you can see, the podium is awaiting our crews to start the celebrations. And I'm sure they will be pretty big celebrations after such an intense fight between all of these crews. So at the end of it then, Bernardo and Franceschi are the French two at the front. Alejandro Cachon with just a sensational performance throughout the weekend takes third position here on Rally Islas Canarias. Brilliant battle on that final stage between the Spanish drivers for the victory in the Spanish Championship and of course the ERC.
¿Cómo que si quiero ir?
Tienes que llevar tu móvil y que te tienes que ir.
Ah,
Porque yo no tengo internet.
si tu madre no puede leer entonces, porque no te puedo compartir, porque yo no puedo poner el directo.
Espérate. Me te voy a poner la tarjeta.
Claro, la nueva. Que se mueva, dile.
Y le he dicho.
Que se mueva. Yo le dije, ya, ve, muévete, Sara. Que ya me prendí en el bombillo, quiero resolver eso y venir de una vez.
Ya voy, tío, que me
Que me está hablando de ese mamá, padre. Creo que le doy tabana de que yo bajo.
¿Qué te crees?
Y el
Que tú que
y el que se cree.
nada, porque no hablamos. El que te cree es tú.
¿Qué está hablando de él? Déjame ver, esta tía, no puede uno, antes de irme.
Las tarjetitas. Está en el mercado. No, ahora mismo me lo voy a dar.
Mírala ahí.
Espérate. Directo cuando. Ah, no, pues la tarjeta vale para llegar ahí.
Ay, no vas a ganar, me la va a guardar en mi casa a recibirlo. Tú me vas a decir, mira, le llegó uno.
And the trophy for second place presented to Matteo Franceschi and Andy Malfoy by Mr. Angel Luis Sabroso, Vice Minister of Physical Activity and Sports for the Ministry of Education, Vocational Training, Physical Activity and Sports. And the trophy for first place presented to Johan Bonato and Benjamin Bolud by Aridani Romero.
Llegó el capitán del barco, Luis José Valle.
Sports Institute of Gran Canaria. And the trophy for the winning tyre manufacturer presented by Mr. Francisco Ata, Mayor of Vallecicvilo City Council. And now it's
Well, it is time to celebrate for the cruise, and that is it from us here at Rally Islas Canarias. We'll see you at the next round at the World Rally of Scandinavia.
Esta vaina la voy a cambiar yo.
Sí, puta, no, no voy a tener calor.
Sí. Está nublado.
After a thrilling opener in Hungary, the FIA European Rally Championship has moved to the sun-kissed Islas Canarias for our first asphalt round of the new season. The twisty, abrasive roads on this stunning volcanic island celebrating its 48th edition, a year ahead of an exciting WRC debut. The Spanish round marks our second stop on this 8-round campaign with the new look ERC calendar, including a first UK-based round for 8 years at Rally Ceredigion in Wales, a return to Estonia, and a new tarmac event in Poland to wrap up the season. So, coming into round 2, reigning champion Hayden Pan would face a fit-again Mads Osberg, a number of asphalt aces, and as ever, a group of local stars hungry to take the fight to the ERC regulars on Gran Canaria's treacherous tarmac tracks.
I think the biggest thing here is about being consistently fast over every stage and trying to reduce mistakes. Obviously, again, it's the same every rally, but I think here even more so. Fast, technical stages, looks like the weather's going to be right for the weekend, so maybe a bit of time management will come into it as well. So, of course, we want to be fighting in the front, but we're under no illusions on how difficult it is yet.
Always here on Canarias, there are so many fast drivers, like 10 to 15 drivers, you know, changing to win stages, and it's so competitive. And 2 weeks ago, I didn't feel so well, so unfortunately we couldn't start the rally, but I've recovered well, and through the last week now, I feel almost back to normal. So now I'm fit to fight.
We never know what type of tire we have to put on the car, so we never know what is the weather close to the sea, close to the mountain. It's always different. Sometimes you are on the clouds, sometimes it's sunny, so really difficult and demanding a lot.
This is a completely different tarmac than in other parts. You have a lot of grip, a lot of corners, so you need to be very focused on the face now. It seems like it is our home rally, but we are 3,000 kilometers far from here. So, but yeah, here will be a lot of local drivers, also from the Super Spanish Championship, a lot of really good guys.
It's really tough, the rally. We have many different styles of stages, and into the stages you have many different tarmacs, many different rhythms. Your mind has to be really, really, really fast and don't make mistakes for sure.
So, with the rally Islas Canarias set to make its WRC bound next year, one of the ERC stars has also announced his own World Championship debut. Martin Sesk set to compete in an M Sport Ford Puma Rally 1 in Poland and his home event in Latvia in the summer.
For sure, now the hardest part will be the driving. The managing of that was hard, but it was, you know, you sit in the office, but then you all need to get to the car. So, yeah, very, very happy about that. But yeah, for sure it will be big pressure on myself, because I usually put pressure on myself, not the others. So, yeah, but I think the most important part will be to enjoy and try to do our best. And then we'll see after that what's happening. Because, yeah, not every time you get an opportunity to travel.
On this first asphalt round of the championship, road position is not so crucial, but the qualifying stage remained competitive. But with the fastest time in qualifying was last year's Canaries winner, Johan Bernardo, the Frenchman surprising himself with pace that rewarded him with the honour of running first on the road on Friday, a position not necessarily an advantage on these treacherous tarmac tracks.
That was not my target. I expect a place between 10 or 12. I don't know why I break a bit early, maybe too late. And so that's not a good start, I think, because it's not the best position we saw last year. We start in first position. It was really difficult, but it's only my fault. I was a bit too fast in this one, so doesn't matter. We will see tomorrow. Last year we start first. We lost around 30 seconds in the first stage, and then we won the rally with the 30 seconds. So we will see.
Behind Bernardo was one of the rapid Spaniards in Diego Ruiloba, Hungary podium finisher Maciej Franceschi, and another local star in Jose Antonio Suarez. With less than 2 seconds between the top 10, it hinted at just how competitive the next 2 days could be. Rally fans mingled with curious onlookers at the ceremonial start in the heart of Las Palmas, a vibrant way to get this spectacular event officially underway with this warm welcome ahead of the opening action. And stage one would bring the rally into the city, a tight super special in the shadow of the Estadio de Gran Canaria, which features a unique donut sequence inside a basketball arena, and the shiny concrete surface would cause havoc for some of the early runners. Multiple Spanish and rubber laid down, though the grip rapidly improved for the later runners, who could focus on putting on a show for to claim the opening stage win. The following morning would see the real action in the mountainous interior get underway, with a loop of 3 stages repeated on Friday. Just under 96 kilometres of racing against the clock lay in wait. And with warm, sunny conditions for the opening morning, Joan Bernardo could enjoy a clear road ahead as the first man into stage 2. The Citroën C3's colour scheme giving a nod to Sébastien Loeb's all-conquering Zara, and it was an impressive start from the Frenchman into the lead in the day's opener with a stage win. Mixi Chomos had returned to Gran Canaria a year after a dramatic accident that forced... Away from Chomos's dramatic retirement, John Armstrong would finish the morning strongly. Tyres and brake preservation was key to success on these abrasive, undulating mountain roads. The Irishman was 13th after stage 2, but a pair of top 5 times in the M-Sport-backed Ford Fiesta would see the reigning ERC3 champion up to 6th. As expected, a number of local stars were in the mix. Diego Rueloba is currently 2nd in the Spanish Championship, and although reporting his Pirelli tyres were all but destroyed by the end of the loop, the Citroën driver's 2nd best time in stage 3 was enough to ensure a top 5 slot. Even our reigning champion Hayden Paddon had struggled to find a good balance in these bone-dry conditions. Understeer and low front-end grip was a constant complaint. It would be 4th place for the Kiwi, and set-up tweaks were needed at the midday service. Maciej Franceschi, meanwhile, would continue his fine start to the season. With that emotional first ERC podium from Hungary still fresh in the memory, the former French gravel champion was quick to prove his growing threat on asphalt. The 24-year-old passing his compatriot Bernardo to take the lead in stage 3. As ever, though, on these fast-flowing tarmac roads, the fight at the front would be fierce, and yet another of the Spanish Super Championship sluggers had saved his own tyres to perfection. Alejandro Cachon is currently 3rd in the National Championship and a WRC2 regular last year. With a pair of stage wins to wrap up the morning, the Toyota driver would storm into the top spot.
Oh, you were 4 seconds faster than Joan Bernardo in there. Tell us, what was the stage like?
The stage was quite long.
De ver la tele a disfrutarla con el puntazo de Logo y televisión. Eso sí, a veces se pone por medio. Quita, hombre.
Por solo 38 € te llevas todo. Fibra, móvil y el estreno de...
is very, very demanding for the tire, for the brakes. But okay, I think we managed really well. The start, try not to push the tires, and now this downhill, big push. The time is okay. Thank you.
So after 4 different leaders in the opening 4 stages, Cachon held a lead of 3.8 seconds over Bonato, with his fellow Frenchman Franceschi on an identical overall time, and Padden in 4th. The 5 different manufacturers in the top 6, underlining just how competitive the first morning had been. The relentlessly rapid-flowing stages of Rally Islas Canarias were set for a thrilling Friday afternoon, with the heat rising on the sun-baked mountain roads. The fight at the front had already proved as unpredictable as ever. Spanish Championship frontrunner Alejandro Cachon had stormed into the lead with a brace of stage wins in the morning, only for a frustrating front right puncture to undo the Toyota driver's hard-fought advantage in stage 5.
Alejandro, we can see the damage. What happened?
I don't know. There are a lot of rocks inside in the inside. I don't know. Maybe I touched something and I punched.
Tyres and brake preservation was again key to success on these abrasive, undulating roads, and with Cachon's compatriot Jose Antonio Suarez finally finding the sweet spot, the local star moved into the top 5 in the final stage of the day. And as expected, there were a number of local stars in the mix. Diego Rueloba is currently 2nd in the Spanish Championship behind Suarez, and following his compatriot Cachon's frustrating puncture, the Citroën driver is running 4th and within touching distance of the podium places. After a disappointing morning in terms of his Hyundai's balanced midday setup tweaks saw improvement from Hayden Padden. With the rhythm returning, the reigning champion was up to 3rd, but remained frustrated with his lack of top-line pace. Matthew Franceschi had briefly claimed the lead in the morning, and with Cachon dropping back, it was now an all-French fight at the front. The 24-year-old maintained the pressure on his compatriot Joan Bonato with the 2nd best time in the day's 21-kilometre final stage.
Big day, we are happy about the performance today, and just thanks to my team, because the car was incredible, the tyres as well, so perfect. I hope tomorrow will be the same.
People say you're a gravel driver, but where's this tarmac speed come from? Are you finally waking up as a Frenchman?
I don't know, maybe yes. I think it's to my idol Sébastien Ogier.
Bonato had recovered his early lead from Cachon with a 2nd fastest time of the day in the afternoon's opener. And with the abrasive asphalt red hot in the afternoon sun, tyre preservation was ever more crucial through the loop. And last year's Islas Canarias winner maintained his Michelin's well, doing just enough to keep his compatriot at arm's length.
Jan, tell us, how's the day gone? Are you happy with the lead?
Yeah, very happy with the afternoon, especially. The car is really perfect. The tires work well because this afternoon it was really higher in temperature, and I think the tire wear is better than this morning, so I think it's also because the car is better as well. So keep in touch, we continue tomorrow like this. And the fight is on, we have to push very hard, so it's fun.
Bonato's lead over Franceschi was incredibly just 0.3 of a second after Friday's 96 kilometres. Padden still there in 3rd, Rueloba and Suarez 4th and 5th, and John Armstrong a fine 6th. It had been another thrilling fight through the mountains of Gran Canaria as we moved into the final overnight break. All would be decided on Saturday, with the leading trio looking relaxed in the early morning service despite the small gaps at the front. It was soon time to resume the fight on the final 6 stages. The warm sunny conditions continued into the last leg with a more urban feel to the route. Wider flowing roads awaited, so a slightly different driving style required in this fight to the finish. What hadn't changed was the pace of the Spanish Championship front runners. Former leader Alejandro Cachon was down in 17th after his Friday tyre damage, but had been on a flyer since. The Toyota driver climbing to 6th by the end of Saturday morning. The Spanish Championship leader, Jose Antonio Suarez, meanwhile, had belatedly found a more rapid rhythm. There was a spin early in the 28-kilometre stage 9, but it sparked a remarkable fight back. The 33-year-old overhauling Diego Rualeva for 4th despite that delay.
Jose, I heard there was a brief stop in there. How was the stage? You were third fastest.
I am completely stupid. I did a spin in the first roundabout, so Canarias for me is always make a spin, but anyway, I'm happy with the time. I have to put the reverse, I lose time, but keep pushing.
The increasingly intense fight between the three Spaniards had begun to pull Hayden Padden into their orbit. The New Zealander was doing just enough to hold on to 3rd, but the champion's ongoing frustrations with his I-20's lingering understeer was making his task even tougher. Up front though, the two flying Frenchmen mistake. The balance of risk versus reward was not easy to manage. A pair of stage wins to start the day would remind the scrapping Spaniards behind who was boss of the island, and he continued to edge away from his compatriot.
It's perfect, the car is perfect, the team worked well this night because they work on the night on the computer, so they know what is the best solution for the setup now, and I think I have this, so thanks to everybody, and we will continue like this. It's a good look for this morning for us.
The margins, though, remained tight with less than 7 seconds between the Frenchmen, and it had all bunched up behind with only 7.8 between Padden in 3rd and Cachon in 6th. The scene was set then for a gripping fight to the finish through the magnificent mountain roads of Gran Canaria. Just 3 stages remained in the sunshine of Gran Canaria, a thrilling fight for top honours in the main ERC class, and plenty of eye-catching action in the support categories too. There had been an exciting scrap for top honours in the ERC 3 class. Igor Vidlak hunting down Karem Kazaz on the final day from half a minute down to a class win for the Polish driver. We had an all-French fight at the front in the main ERC category, but in the juniors and ERC 4 two-wheel drive competition, it was a Swedish one too. Kalle Karlberg had been chasing down the leader since stage 2, but was set for a second-place result on his second junior ERC outing. But there was just no catching his compatriot Miller Johansson. The 19-year-old had taken the lead in stage 4, and after a stunning run that saw him claim 7 stage wins in a row, it would be a first ERC junior victory for the Opel Corsa driver to give him the championship lead after 2 rounds. With an impressive third... Rally 2 cars starting, the 15-point scoring places would be keenly contested over the last few stages. Simon Wagner is a proven ERC podium finisher on asphalt, but the three-time Austrian champion had struggled to match the searing pace of the front runners. With set-up improvements made though, the Skoda driver was up to 11th. After 3 podium finishes in a row in Gran Canaria, Efren Arena had hoped for much more. Unable to dial his Fabia into these winding roads, the former champion had started the final leg down in 16th, but a late recovery saw the Spaniard fight back into the top 10. Matt Osberg had missed the opening round through illness, so he too had hoped to jump-start his season. With a brake balance issue through much of the rally, the Citroën driver eventually resolved the problem to hold 8th place. John Armstrong, though, had shone on what was his Rally 2 tarmac debut. Briefly in 5th on Friday, the Irishman had slipped behind the local stars, but remained set for a personal best 7th place finish, despite a final day intercom problem. And there was no let-up in the scrap for glory between our 3 Spaniards, with Hayden Paddon fading. This was now a fight for the final podium place. Suarez. What a finale we had in store. Bonato led by only 3.7 seconds from Franceschi, and with only 0.4 of... So it would all come down to the end of event power stage, just 11.5 kilometres of sinuous asphalt, with practically every position in the top 6 up for grabs. Hayden Paddon started the final day in 3rd, but the pace of the scrapping Spaniards had been too hot to handle. The New Zealander eventually conceding defeat, but 6th place would at least still provide crucial points for the reigning champ.
Yeah, not the result we wanted, but I can tell you it's not from a lack of trying, but hats off to everyone, like, you know, the 3 Spanish guys. They've been going incredibly fast, obviously Francesca and Bonato as well, so yeah, we haven't had a bad weekend, but when you look at the result, it makes it look bad. So, yeah, I think it's a credit to the championship.
The fight between the Spanish Championship front runners had been a joy to watch. Just 4 temps separated the fired-up trio, remember. Diego Ruiloba found one last burst of speed in the power stage to beat Paddon by 2.9 seconds and lay down the early benchmark. Former leader Alejandro Cachon was next. The 25-year-old was down in 17th after dropping 40 seconds with his Friday puncher, but this had been an incredible fight back. The Toyota driver notched up 6 stage wins over the weekend, and with a time 2.5 seconds quicker than Ruiloba, it was over to Suarez.
Was amazing rally. The team Chema RD Motorsport did an incredible job. The car is amazing. Any problem all of the weekend, and it's amazing.
Jose Antonio Suarez started this final stage in 3rd, but that inspired late charge from Cachon would prove too strong. The 33-year-old 5.8 seconds slower to slip from 3rd to 5th, with the end in sight. Out front though, the 2 flying Frenchmen had continued their own stunning fight to the finish. After sharing the penultimate stage win with Cachon, Maciej Franceschi came into the power stage just 3.7 seconds behind the leader. His last blast wasn't enough to beat the Spaniards' benchmark, but would it be enough to take the win?
Absolutely no word, it's amazing. We don't expect to be at this place in Canada on tarmac, because I need to learn everything on tarmac. So just thank you to my team, thank you to everybody around me. It's amazing.
Bonato had led for most of the rally, but was made to fight right down to the finish to hold off his fellow Frenchman. The early splits were slower, but the Citroën star would maintain his grip on the top spot. The five-time French tarmac champion making yet another eye-catching cameo in the European Championship to claim back-to-back Rally Islas Figueras victories alongside co-driver Benjamin Ballou for his 3rd ERC win. It was a power stage win for Cachon, Ruiloba 2nd, with Franceschi, Bonato and Paddon also getting a bonus to their overall score.
We did a good job. The mechanics worked well. The car was perfect. My engine, everybody
my family, my mother is here. So that's perfect. Second time, second victory. Why not perfect? We are very so happy, and thank you my team, thank you everybody.
Bonato took the win by only 2.8 seconds from Franceschi, Cachon with arguably the drive of the weekend to snatch his first ERC podium on the last stage. Rualoba 4th and Suarez in 5th, Padden settling for 6th. And those back-to-back podiums see Franceschi take the lead in the championship standings. Padden moves up to 2nd. It had been one of the most competitive ERC rounds in recent memory, and a fitting advert for Rally Islas Canarias ahead of its World Championship bout next year. Congratulations again to Johan Bonato, and the ERC returns for a second visit to Sweden's Royal Scandinavian Rally next month. For now though, it's goodbye. It is crunch time in the 2024 World Rally Championship with title fights going down to the wire. The pressure has been cranked up another level at the season's challenging penultimate round. This is a German Super Sunday finale at the multinational Central European Rally, our second stage. The Sauerland on Sunday is moments away. To spare before this. The second on 2 spins just over a minute after the first. For a few agonising moments, the wheels were spinning on the damp grass. He was in real trouble. The 20 eventually.
Yo está loca, no te decimos otra.
Crucially, after passing his teammate Neuville, as things stood in its drivers' championship
No, esta sola
Ay,
funcionó.
mira que da calor, tía.
Esta ya me la debía.
Ogier was swapped into the Tanak attack in both loops. The two former champions right on the limit.
Suéltame de él.
Places twice during the day. And after taking over the lead, Neuville, the 8-time champion, had penciled in the maximum 18 points at the end of Saturday. This heavyweight scrap had been a joy to watch, and we still had a day to run. So, the championship pendulum had swung back from Neuville towards Tanak then on this penultimate round. Ogier's big store could be a massive boost to Toyota in the manufacturer's race. Neuville, though, with work to do, and remember, as always, those points only confirmed by completing Sunday. Well, it had been a frustrating weekend so far for Formo, but the restarting Frenchman is finally showing what could have been this morning. With the first stage win of the day, he's taken the lead in the Super Sunday standings. And he will take on for the drama to begin on the final leg. Sammy Kyrie's eye-catching Rally 1 debut on asphalt, ending in dramatic fashion. A warning for the lead pack, how easily these rapid German roads can catch you out, and of the championship hopefuls, it was Neuville who was the fastest.
Vamos, dale a me gusta al directo. La gente mía, estoy aquí. Que lo que trololo.
Managing the fourth best time. That though was better than Ogier. The Frenchman overshooting early in stage 15 to hand the overall lead to Tanak in the opening stage, and that of course has put him on the back foot on Super Sunday. So, once again, the lead pair have swapped places with Tanak into the top spot, but only 1.9 seconds separates the lead pair. Evans now only 5.3 behind Ogier. With Pyrie out, he's replaced in 6th place by M Sports' Greg Munster. And the Super Sunday standings, that fine start from Formo sees the Aberrant Sportman lead by 2.2 seconds over Evans. Katsuta third, just 2 tenths separate Neuville and Tanak, with Ogier 11 off the pace after that error. Stage 16 then is our Wolf Power stage dress rehearsal, just under 15 kilometres long of the forest stages. Passauerland is the closest route to the one used last year. Fast start punctuated by junctions, a challenging one for breakpoints. At 3 kilometres it veers off from last year's route to a faster, wider section on a main road. Many surface changes along the way, and another flat-out wide section on a smooth road all the way down to the flying finish. And the conditions have remained stable so far on this final leg in Germany. And at times we do have an abrasive surface as well, around 13 degrees. So this stage at least should be a more familiar one to the crews. And let's hear from a few of them now to give us some more details on Passauerland.
There's some wider parts, some really narrow parts, few chicanes. It's a bit of a good mix of everything, and definitely a nice stage.
It's quite fast part in the middle, in the beginning quite wide, and we go to a narrow section with some crests, etc., some tight junctions. A new part which is a little bit dirty, etc., and then we come back to the part that we know from last year.
A lot of high-speed section as well, wide and twisty section and big stuffing, but it's more like German Austria stage, so it's a bit hard braking and junctions, and yeah, it's a nice stage, and can be some pollutions, but you can enjoy and push this stage.
Well, there we go then. Another interesting challenge to negotiate here before the opening loop is done.
Ay, qué chulo, qué lindo.
Fans of all shapes and sizes out there this morning. Just time now to take a look at the start order while those fans get themselves ready for the off. The flying Formo is leading the way and already making good use of that early road position. Mikkelsen had to stop and change a wheel on that previous stage. Jordan Sonoridis there. And Greg Munster, who's now the lead M Sport man, Taka Katsuta, Thierry Neuville, Elvin Evans. Right, Tanak now back into the lead. Seb Ogier and Nikolai Gryzin continues to lead the way. A dominant performance so far in the WRC2 class. So all interesting already this morning. I mean, we expected a high-stakes, dramatic start to the day, but boy, it just keeps giving this rally, doesn't it? Exciting stuff.
Él no ha dicho
We
nada, no puede
expected
decir
some
nada.
drama, but it was quite a lot of drama this morning, and even more than we expected, like you said. So it's interesting now to see. It was a new stage this morning. Now it's back to the stage they used in 2023. We know that this stage also gave some drama last year with Lebert going off as well. So it's possible here to find some tricky corners. And we saw this morning also with the undercuts. They were actually not in the same places like we saw 2-3 days. So whether somebody's moving the undercuts during the night or if there's some other marshals putting up the undercuts, because it was now possible to cut.
Yeah, that was Thierry Ligay was talking about that, wasn't it? It was a strange comment. Hopefully there's not any
no le puedo bajar ni un chile.
being a bit mischievous, but yeah, it can be a little bit dangerous. Obviously, we don't want that to happen. But yeah, Formo here, great start to him, and I guess in a way, I kind of expected it, but also maybe a little bit frustrating because you're kind of searching for that sweet spot, and then those problems yesterday, and it's kind of proving this is what we were expecting or hoping for from the start of the rally, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like he's more in the, how can I say, the rhythm that he did during the summer and
Dale a me gusta que está conectando con el directo del Chema RD. No olvides suscribirte a mi canal.
He can really use all the road and find his own lines without being too careful. It's too much gravel dragged out in his line.
Yeah, gives you a great view as well, this bumper camera of the road surface. A bit smoother here. You saw so much going on in the previous stage. I mean, we didn't really have a great deal of time to go through all the tyre choices because there's been quite a few differences this morning, hasn't there? For the first time, the hard compound Pirelli coming into use today.
Yeah, I mean, Neville made a really safe choice with 4 soft and 1 hard, and then he could...
Así que este es el color que se le queda al final.
Una olla para mí.
Porque quiero hacer una sopa.
Iba a comprar una olla para hacer una sopa.
Yo me iba a comprar
¿Sí?
Ella vive ahí. Esa es su casa.
Desde cuando yo me vaya, pero que te quedas todo.
No, te lo guardo para cuando vuelva a la división.
Pero a mí no me compres nada. Yo sí, se practicaba muy feo en plástico, de todo, porque soy muy brutal, me compren todo.
Y si quiere que me dure 2 días, por lo menos. Aquí no hay, esas son muy pequeñas. Quiero que me dure 2 días, que le quiten caldo para 2 días. Y estas son muy pequeñas. No le da para hacer un caldo junto.
Que compre una ponchera.
O cagados, que partan por la mitad.
Que haga los caldos.
O yo uno y ya terminado.
Hasta yo que hiciera un caldo.
Que te vamos a responder, vaya a estar listo. Eso está loco.
Ahora le digo, mira por Guadalajara.
Ya no estoy mencionando nombres raros, por favor, los directos. Yo estaba analizando, son complicados.
¿Y por qué no le bajas bien?
Claro, esto iba a decir.
Es que ella quiere express de
Una vaina
que se haga al
grandota.
momento. También. Esa me
Pero no va a comprar, ella no va a comprar una express ahora, si compra una ya no es más.
No, y la que yo tengo ahí no es tan grande, señor.
No, por eso ya se puede durar.
Sí.
All of them went out with different structure, with 3 soft and 1 hard. So it's different choices. They made some crossing as well. So Andreas Mikkelsen went 2 hard on all 5 tires. It's many things
Psicópata.
to take into the discussion what to do with the tires compared with the first on the road. And you are further down in the starting order. You need to predict the weather if it's getting even more warm during the day. So it's a lot of things to think about.
Yeah, 4 stages today, so total competitive distance of just over 54 kilometres. So all socks could start to go off a little bit. I mean, even yesterday, I think by the end of the loop, it was quite chilly yesterday, but a few of the drivers were saying that maybe the hards could have come into use, but it was still, you know, even at the end, they're not quite sure. But yeah, the soft areas lasted pretty well through that loop yesterday. Can confirm Ormo does have all the soft compound Pirellis on the Puma here. Let's just enjoy this ride for a second. Always interesting, isn't it, to see Alex Correa with those extra hand gestures. How do you like your delivery when you've got a co-driver? Are you someone who likes a lot of detail, some extra emphasis? I know every driver's different, aren't they?
Every driver is different, and I think most of the time it's the driver's preferences who tell the co-driver how to do it, and you can see that Alex is using his finger when it's like something really important going on. And I think sometimes it's because you need to slow down, and sometimes it's because you need to push. So yeah, it's different preferences, and I like it more like not so much repeating and how do you say, gesticulating. It's try to keep your hands down on the base notes.
Yeah, sometimes they're the sort of could be the wife, they could be the cheerleader, they could be the commiserator. There's all sorts of psychological roles to play as well for the co-driver. Looking like another strong run from Formo here. You heard Taka say at the start of the programme there just how it's a wonderful state to get into a flow. You really get that sense, aren't you? And yeah, it's this last year.
Just need to mention, you can see in the grill that there's a lot of leaks in the grill, but now in the beginning they struggle with overheating, and you can see like this double grill makes it possible for the air to go in behind the leaves, so it's not very overheating when you got this double grill.
727.2 for Formo. We're just hearing that Mikkelsen just being held for a moment at the start of the stage. I'm not entirely sure why, but I guess a safety issue. They're just checking something before the Norwegian gets underway, but it gives us a chance to have a chat to the Flying Frenchman then. Good start to Super Sunday for Formo.
Adrian, good morning. First of all, how about that stage win on the previous one?
It's good to have some positive on the rally, so yeah, really pleased with that. So yeah, that was good. The feeling is better. A bit less in that one. It's faster and it's a little bit of precision, but it's just fine tuning. But generally, it's definitely much better than the last 2 days.
A bit of a compromise with the tires today. Did you have one hard tire?
Vamos conectando con el directo.
No, we're still on full sound.
Okay, well, how was that working in here?
That was okay. I tried to save them also on the braking to not kill them. But for sure the temperature is getting up.
Do you have any idea perhaps what Andreas is struggling with at the start of the stage?
Well, I think the hard tires are hard to warm up at the beginning, so for sure you lose a little bit of confidence probably, I don't know. But maybe later it's going to be better.
You misunderstood me slightly. He's not starting the stage, Andreas, so some issue.
I don't know. I've never seen him on the road section, so I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, difficult for Formo to know what's going on. So this is Mikkelsen and Torstein Eriksson moments ago. This is back at the start line, obviously out of the car. Heard him mention the hybrid there. So this is just moments ago. They were just.
Because we are not allowed to move it without the green light. Yeah, you know their minutes.
There you go. So it's not a safety issue. It is an issue with the car. I mean, you heard Torstein explaining it there, Ivan.
Yeah, there's some rules now that they cannot drive it when there's an issue, so they need to move it by pushing the car. Andreas is still inside the car, and Torstein just opened the side window to have a look down in the hybrid, and because you can see, I think now we are missing the green light that we normally see in the windscreen on the side of the car.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Torstein explain it there to the marshals, so yeah, obviously safety first. I guess they're trying to do some sort of restart here.
So the car is now in neutral and try to roll.
It's the one time I'm very grateful to have a Norwegian commentator there. Thanks, Duffy, for the translation there. Yeah, I mean, God, you've got to say. So Cederidis then, they've moved Mikkelsen out of the way, and let's hope he can get restarted. So Jordan making his way into the stage. Got to say though, for Andreas, your fellow Norwegian, Ivan, it's just one thing after another. It's one of those rallies, isn't it, for him, unfortunately?
Yeah, it is, but I need to say a few words about Torstein as well. You can see it's really now it's looking like they're ready to start the stage.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
But Torstein, he's really in charge. You know, you could hear he was really clear with the rules with the marshals and how to do it, and he was guiding Andreas what to do and when to do. And it's really good to have somebody like Torstein beside you because he's, you know, he knows his job and he makes you relax.
Yeah, I mean, it's very important, isn't it, as well? I can imagine as a driver, any sort of disruption like this to disrupt your rhythm on a start line, it must be not what you want, right? How distracting are situations like that?
Definitely, most of the time you're not sure about the rules as well, so it's very often ask the corner, what can we do? Is it allowed to do it, or should we do it now, or what do we do with the start time? And it's all up to the corner because I mean the drivers that have like less insight of all the rules and everything, they really trust the corner to be in charge of all that.
Yeah, you leave it to the important guy next to you to make those logistical decisions. I know exactly what you mean. It's frustrating for Mikkelsen. It's great to see him restart. Actually, when you think about it, it doesn't actually make any difference. They've already stopped to change a wheel in the previous stage, so the Sunday's kind of gone. And it's one thing after another. One hard Coca Pirelli on the front of the Puma Cerderidis. I mean, it's all about the power stage, the only thing they've got left. I mean, it's just so frustrating for Andreas and Torstein. Coming back in, was it their fourth start of the year? Yeah, they had 3 6th-place finishes in Monte Carlo, Croatia. And Poland wanted to do a job for the team. And also, as we keep saying, trying to just remind people that they've got some skills. Obviously, very talented drivers. I actually just heard him mention power stage. He's already trying to get it refocused.
Yeah, I think they were just like having a little chat that we go through now and wait for power stage to push. But I think, you know, we talked about it yesterday as well, that Andreas struggled a bit in Monte Carlo. It was quite honest that it was really tough to get back in the Rally 1 car. Everything happened so fast and it's tricky conditions in Monte Carlo. Croatia as well, he struggled to find the rhythm. He changed something in his rally, but he did really, really well. It was a good rally and then he had the delaminated tire that was so I must say, Colin, he proved his speed and his skills like he should have been driving in progressive for many years, got a lot of experience, but still just to jump in here and there, it's difficult. And this rally as well, I mean, he went off and was some kind of bad luck that it was some post or some fence. Yeah. Just from the outside you saw the wheel went off yesterday on Friday, and you saw Ogier went off today, you know, and still they're back on the road, so and now with the hybrid, they had the puncture this morning, it's really not going on the Andreas and Torstein's way this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, they could do no more, can they? You know, they're proven winners, obviously the Volkswagen days, they were up there, and you know, they come back to WRC2, they won that twice. I mean, they could do no more to prove their case, can they? And as you say, so difficult to come in and yeah, just one thing after another. At least here, this first pass through Passau there, you know, Torstein mentioned it, it's a chance now, isn't it, to just hone those pace notes and really come out and fully attack for the new power stage. I guess the other factor is they can kind of, in the following one, because everything's gone for Super Sunday, I guess look after their tyres a little bit and everything else and really go all at it. I think he could be fun to watch in a few hours' time when we come back for the new power stage. Of course, here tonight, really trying to stay in touch with Toyota, where they're leading, in the Manufacturers' Championship by 17 points, but at the moment, it's looking good for the Japanese team to take another nibble out of their lead going into the final round. That certainly is going right down to the wire. There's confirmation, as you mentioned before, all hard compound prayers for Nicholson. What's the thinking there? Why are we seeing some out and all soft?
Late on the brakings there, and he hit the chicane on the left side, but hopefully didn't destroy any of the air on the car on the front. Locking up a bit there, a bit too wide. Tried to pull the handbrake as well to avoid that table, but he couldn't avoid it.
Well, just mention those hard compound tyres. Is there maybe an element there just trying to get those tyres up to temperature? It's very early in the stage, maybe.
It is, but still 2.5 minutes into the stage, it should be fine. But it's easier with the soft tyres. It gives you more confidence. And I think, like you just before he hit that chicane, you asked if it's like a strategy with the tires, and I think it's due to the power stage that he could really push hard on the power stage with a hard tire and see if it could be more precise compared with the soft tire that you could like really overheat and kill on really hard brakings. The power stage will be like, this stage is 40.8 case, so it's possible to do really well, I think, with a hard tire.
It should be fun to watch. He's certainly always testing the limits right now, isn't he? All the corners already in the first run through. It's all right to make mistakes like that in this one, as long as he's not damaged that. All the way back to Thursday afternoon, evening. We actually saw Thierry, the championship leader, do something similar. He kind of took a check out of the front right corner, wasn't it? But Thierry, he had to live all the way through Friday. To him, in fact, he was leading at the end of it, so it certainly didn't matter. But yeah, Nicholson and Torstein there on the limits early on and not matching Formo. Obviously, they lost a bit of time while they crouched that hay bow.
It's all about checking the pace on out and make sure everything's perfect for the power stage. Later on today, but you can see it's quite a lot of movement in the car. It's definitely not the right choice with full hard, I believe. So early in the morning, we know that Julian Porter reported in for the first stage that it was 5 degrees this morning on the stop control on the first stage. So it's definitely soft, or at least cross with hard, not full hard, but they are thinking about power stage. That's why they go out with 4 hards.
She's particularly up in ski run, obviously in the winter. Like snow around here. It's a beautiful part of the world here in Bavaria. Enjoy his run out there, and this is the non-hybrid Puma, remember, for the Greek privateer. Can't wipe that smile off his face, you've got to say. It's a wonderful stretch of road here. 15 kilometres just under of the Sour Land. Belgian flags out there. It looks as though their man's going to have to wait. There might be a few expensive tickets needed to fly to Tokyo in a month or so's time. But Cedarides does complete it's 2 stages down, 2 to go on this final leg. Good monster. Now at 6th place, of course, after sending Pyre's dramatic off. That was a nasty one this morning.
Ven, por aquí. Diablo. Venga. Venga.
Let's hear from Julian.
A bit of a messy previous stage for you. Were you able to find a good run?
I don't know what happened. It was at the start, everything okay, the green light, and I stopped. So, from my point of view, an issue with the hybrid, but these things. I'm happy to have not the hybrid on this car, finally.
Yeah, I guess expecting Jordan as well, having to have his start time tweaked a bit there while they moved Nicholson's 20 out of the way. A lot of leaves around again at this stage, aren't there? And making things extra slippery out there. Sometimes like that first stage this morning, I mean, to look at it doesn't look that slippery, but clearly the grip was still tricky to manage right today.
And there's so much wind, like you can see behind the Rado 1 cars, it's like all the leaves on the side of the road get dragged into the middle of the road, so it makes it even more slippery.
Yeah, as you can see, he's not getting close to Formo's benchmark. The Frenchman really on it this morning, leading the way in Super Sunday. But great to see Mikkelsen finally getting out there. He'll be all guns blazing in a couple of hours' time at the Wolf Power Stage. It's going to be fun to watch it now. That's his last chance of doing a job, basically, for Hyundai in their bid to keep Toyota at arm's bay. 2.5 seconds then, slower off the What's he saying there?
It's not the best preparation for the start when this happened on the start line.
Yeah, well, exactly. But look, they made it through. Great to see the... there you go, there's the green light. That's what they were waiting.
Andreas, good morning. What was going on at the start?
Hybrid. I didn't have the green light, so I can't move the car, so... Not the best build-up.
Yeah, you can't catch a break today.
No. The whole weekend spent up.
Do you know what? I really want him to win the Wolf Power Stage. I'm going to say that right now, Ivan. I just think the guys just really deserve a bit of luck, don't they? And meanwhile, Taki Katsuta, Aaron Johnston, back in action this weekend after being benched for Rally Chile, and it seems to have done them good. Remember a stage at the end of the stage, he's still not quite happy with his setup. It feels like it's a never-ending quest, doesn't it, to find that balance? It's proved very elusive for him this weekend, hasn't it?
Yeah, and they all quite often talk about setup, and we shouldn't talk too much about the old days, but they've always said that sometimes you need to adapt as well. So when you're jumping into new cars like he did in Azores, I think a few 2 years ago, fighting with Andreas, actually he jumped in the car, and a few runs he came back and everybody was ready to change the whole car, and Loeb said, no, it's understeering a bit, but leave it, I will adapt. And sometimes you need to adapt as well. You can't be that picky that you want everything to be 100%, because it will never be 100%. You will always find something. So in my opinion, you should sometimes focusing on driving rather than all the time trying to adjust it into picture perfect setup.
I mean, I think even Greg said that at some of the stages it's kind of working in some parts of the stage, and I mean that's it. It's always going to. You're right, quite right. It's always going to be a bit of a compromise. Not too shabby a run in here though. 6.7 seconds off his teammate's pace. What's that? 13, just under 13.5 kilometres. See what he could do to the finish. Top 6 finish at stakes here as well. That should be his second best run of the year, actually, if he holds on to 6th place here today. 5th in Sardinia in the summer.
Gracias.
Good to have his teammate there actually running it up to speed. It gives him a bit more of a benchmark, doesn't it, to see how close he is.
And when they both struggle with the setup, they can do changes into different directions, trying to see which way it's working. So that's a good thing being here in the team, that they can try different things.
I mean, we've seen the Pumas click on Asphalt. We've seen it in the past, haven't we? So we know the car's certainly got the pace. They're just find that magic balance to match the conditions. That's it. And great to see if he's still moving in the right direction.
Hermana, muévase, deja de pasar hambre.
Good morning. Fine-tuning this Puma all weekend. How did you find this one? 6.8 down on your teammate.
Yeah, we did quite a big change yesterday evening just to try something, and it's not really working for me. So yeah, now we are stuck with it, but at least we tried it, and we know for Japan.
In simple terms, what kind of change was that?
Yeah, it's just something that shifts the balance a bit towards the rear on throttle, and it's a bit too much. But maybe for Japan with very tight corner, it's working.
be a bit less aggressive on the throttle and if the rear is stepping out a bit. And it can actually help as well to be changing a bit the style, because sometimes we drivers, we just turn the steering wheel and want everything to happen in just like a tenth of a second. But sometimes you need to move the weight, you need to be on the bit on the brakes and lean on the tires, and it's so many things that you need to work on. So don't just only change the setup, change a bit the driving style as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all very fascinating. It's great to come back to asphalt for the final 2 rounds. Now, all importantly, just to recap where we are in terms of this fascinating Drivers' Championship. We'll get back to Thierry shortly, as Takakatsu's and Johnson having a really good run in here. That's 2.1 seconds up. That's just under 11 kilometres. Doing a good job today, actually, for Toyota. Let's get back to the manufacturers, remember. 17 points behind the Japanese team. He did say in the media zone yesterday evening that, you know, it's a tricky one because he's kind of playing this rear guard action. He's gone for that cross pattern Pirelli tyre compound look, Ivan. But yeah, he sort of said, I'll give it a go in the morning, see where we're at. And it just gives them another car to play, doesn't it, today?
Yeah, and I think, like you said, it's all weekend. It's been really good. He won the stage, and he's or 2, and he's doing really well. Some splits. He's doing really well on some splits as well, and controlling the car. So far, so good. And I think he needed that little break and was thinking a bit, going through everything, and now he's back.
Yeah, currently third in Super Sunday standings. He's 3.1 off Formo's start, so he's looking good to take a big nibble out of that. So this puts Taka right in the hunt of Super Sunday. That the green bars there, that is compared to Adrian, so could be right behind the Frenchman at the end of this one if he's not even ahead. Let's see. It was 3.1, and it's well, it's exactly the same time now on the overall Super Sunday. Just confirmed there. Yeah, 3.1 seconds exactly. Yeah, exactly the same time now in Super Sunday. What a fight we've got on our hands for the overall lead, the Super Sunday standings, the Wolf Power Stage. Thierry Neuville is going to be made to wait at the moment. There's a little bit of damage there, is at the front corner of Taka's car. Let's have a look, actually.
Something crossroad front of me. I cannot avoid.
Catch that. I heard he couldn't avoid something, but yeah, okay. Anyway, I don't think that's damaged the car too badly, but he's had to have a quick look. But yeah, just a reminder that in this championship fight, Thierry, remember, needed to outscore Oitana by 2 points. After the double spin yesterday at the end of the morning loop, he dropped back to 4th. That means 10 points was penciled in for the Saturday times. That's compared to 5 for Tanak, which means a 5-point swing back the way of the Estonian. Crucially though today, Thierry's focus will be trying to get as many points back as he can. At the moment, just 2/10 of a second behind, sorry, ahead of Tanak. That'd be 1 point back. But it's so mighty words we were saying high quarterly Super Sunday points, and of course the Wolf Power stages in this championship right now.
I think you said it, PK, in the beginning of the season, that just wait until the end of the season and these Super Sundays will play a big role into this championship.
All soft compound Pirellis then for Thierry.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's the best choice in the morning. It's a safe choice. You can trust the car, confident. So I think so. It's not too bad today. It was really chill in the morning, and it really worked the season.
Yeah, I think he spent as well, so he does have something more to play with.
Ya,
Different tactics like Toyota. They've got
oye, va a hecho 2 veces, en vez de llenar el botellón,
that's why we're seeing the cross patterns. Elvin's interestingly gone further, 2 hards on the front, softs on the back, which is different. Again, we saw Taka had the cross pattern, so it's fascinating how each driver prefers a different. What would you go for when you have the compared to you? Because it's interesting how different drivers
Porque este viene ahora de lo mejor de trabajar y se lo está diciendo el padre ahora, ¿sabes? Y dice este cómo se cree que es el presidente, entonces viene a decirle a la misma.
Soft or hard, and then
Que no sé qué sé qué.
the rear, it
No hay
makes
nadie.
the difference bigger. And you can take the benefit out of it, of course, but it's even out more when it's
Claro,
cross.
y toca y toca y yo digo, joder.
Yeah, so all the softs then
Qué
firmly
bien
built.
coño,
It's not much in Tacker Katsuta in here. It's 4
Como
seconds
solo
down
que me gusta a mí
at
que
just
toquen las puertas.
12.5 kilometers or so.
Te cojo el ordenador, vale, para cargarme un móvil.
This Super Sunday standings, they obviously want to get these extra points,
Y
but
tú
they
no lo estás
can't
utilizando, ¿sabes?
risk everything. This is this whole risk versus reward once again. They can't risk the points they got penciled in for yesterday. They
A ver
don't
si va a
clock them up until they finish today. So it's a really fine balance, isn't it? And I guess that big scare yesterday. I love how Thierry though. It's just no panic, is there? He's just like, we don't have to win it here. Still in a good position.
Yeah, but like we talked about between the stages now, what happens if he goes off today and loses points from yesterday, don't score any points today, then it's like, it's up to the pole stage and the Super Sunday, of course, but then it's almost equal before the last rally. And then if Terry goes off today, then Evans do got a chance as well, because they really need to go off if Evans will have a chance of the title in the mathematical chance.
He's not happy with something. Obviously, the balance of the car not to his liking. You can tell that's reflected in the time. Of course, the likes of Katsuta and Formo got nothing to lose. I mean, it's kind of what you'd expect to see, isn't it? But clearly, Thierry, big gestures there at the handling of the car. Let's see what he's got to say to Molly. But Swing 5.4 seconds slower than Taka. A 7:29 11.5. Let's see what Taka can do here. Super Sunday. Let's hear from him.
Ahora que no tiene sonido. Gracias a los que están en el directo, denle a me gusta.
The car is not good. I was struggling like hell with the front, no precision and lots of movement and just no confidence that the car will turn, so very bad.
Is that a change that you've made, or is that a continuation of a bad thing?
I don't know, different profile, I don't know. But overall, I don't feel so well, so I took it steady. The road is getting dirty, lots of leaves, and you don't know how is the grip, so I try to do as good as I can.
Dale a me gusta al directo, por favor.
That's frustrating, isn't it? I mean, again, this is the great thing about this Central Europe rally, isn't it? Every day's different, the road style, the road surface. It's a fascinating technical challenge this rally provides, isn't it?
It's changing quite a lot, and you need to change your driving style and the setup of the car, because now it's like more like, not like sped,
Bof,
more
psicópata.
speed, more fast, more flowing stages, and you need to do more racing now. You can see from the first stages morning that they were like moving quite a lot around on the road, find the best racing line, and compared with the first day, for example, it's completely different. And so with the second, I think setup-wise, Terry is struggling a bit now.
Yeah, this is the sort of rally where that I-20 you'd expect it to be so sharp, isn't it? Really, the front end is strong point. They've been dining out that understeer, haven't they? And it's actually gone the other way, strangely, for Thierry this morning. And yeah, as Molly said, it's strange how it's suddenly hit him. You know, he's been relatively happy with the balance of the car so far. Meanwhile, Elvin Evans then, he's not getting close to
Acelera.
Japanese start, leading Toyota charge on this final day. What a tactical masterclass this is, really, when you think about it from the team. The other guys got the Saturday points penciled in. Now it's Taka's turn. It's almost like they're handing over the baton in a relay race. And Taka's like, right, we've got the Saturday points, you go and get the Sunday points. It's great to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, and especially when he was sat on the bench before Chile and they comes back in now.
Dale a me gusta, ya que te quedaste mirándola, dale a me gusta. Dale a me gusta.
10.6 kilometers in. Evans, remember, in third place yesterday, that's 13 points penciled in.
Suscríbete a mi canal.
I'm not even trying to
Y dale a la campanita, por favor. Qué lindo.
Japan will give you all the numbers that count after the ball power stage. a few hours' time, it's going to be a fascinating finale to this penultimate round. Of course, we've got the WRC2 title is set to go down to Japan as well.
Vamos conectando con el directo. Dale a me gusta.
We hope he's going to be stepping back into
Que estamos en directo.
the Rally 2 car, the Rally 2 Toyota, first year, of course, for the
Esto en tiempos reales. Esto no dice que de 2 años atrás. No, no, esto es de ahora.
4.8 down now. Melvin. Here we go into the fine finish. Looks like a bit of caution as well for Albin and Scott. 2 more stages to go in terms of Super Sunday. They were second, of course, behind Formo.
Que lo que, manito. Esto frío. Dale me gusta al directo. Y bendiciones por usted. Disfrute ese rally. Dale me gusta al directo y suscríbase y dale a la campanita, mío. Una sola red, usted sabe. Eso es eso, pa.
5.1 seconds down, and I guess you weren't expecting to lose that much.
Está todo, manito, está todo. Aquí estoy yo en tripa viéndola.
That have a bit to do with the 2 hards on the front? Sorry? That got a bit to do with the 2 hard tyre?
I'm sure it's a contributor, but I still felt it was better, but I'm probably too careful with it.
Just want a little bit of caution. It's fascinating. Everyone not quite feeling it. He's got the hards at the front. He's not quite feeling it. Neville's got all the softs. He's not feeling it. Let's see if the Estonian here on your screen's feeling it. 1.4 seconds down still. That's on the early benchmark. That's been set by Taki Katsuta. But a reminder, there was just 0.2 of a second between Neuville and Tanak coming into this stage in the Super Sunday standings. That's another 1 point swing. So he's looking good here. So take a bit of time. He's 1.1 seconds on his teammate Neuville. So that could be another extra point, Ivan, in this crucial battle. Goodness me.
It's too many points and too many how can I say, but you need to help me out in the walkout stage to be honest. There's a lot of numbers, a lot of calculators under there. Lots of compounds as well for Tanak. Having a really good run in here. 1.3, sorry, or 1.4 I should say. That's down. Katsuta's time. Was he 7 tenths behind Katsuta? He's still very much going to be in the mix here, Tanak, in this fight to the finish. These extra points, all important now. Of course, it's that same balance as well, isn't it? He's obviously got to get the finish. Massive for Hyundai as well as his own hopes.
¡Ay! Por ahora me lo tire.
No sé de qué hablar. Estoy llevando un cliente.
That camera angle from last year, sometimes just let those cars breathe. They do sound great, don't they? This, the Alpilak system is really nice. Beautiful autumnal sunshine out there as well. The heat can't match Taka either 1.9 seconds off the pace, but that does indeed confirm that he's got ahead of his teammates in that fight in Super Sunday. He's now just 2.6 seconds behind Formo and Katsuta. Neuville dropping down to 5th place. Let's hear it for Tanak. Good run.
Just 1.9 seconds down. Seb is a little bit quicker than you on the splits. How did you feel through that?
Yeah, I tried to do all I can. So.
Are you prepared to take this fight to the win?
I don't know how much we can prepare. We just can do all we can. So yeah, we definitely try.
Yeah, of course, it was in change, wasn't it? In the overall, we got to forget about the 5.
En la isla Canaria, mío.
Overshoot for Ogier, that'll have fired him up, but it's just 1.9 seconds. We love the fight between these two guys. They really do bring the best out of each other. A little quick from Ogier saying, well, we're the only 2 world champions in the lineup, and this is what it's like when we have a battle between these two. It's great to watch, isn't it?
I think we have quite the same legal situations at the They wanted to talk about the overall win, and then all of a sudden the post stage, and Ogier picked up a punch, everything turned around and won actually.
Yeah, I mean, it just showed, didn't it, how much a win still matters. I know the points are slightly different this year, but him jumping on the roof with the joy of the last minute victory.
Va duro ese.
As Molly said, O'Shea's a little bit quicker in here than Tanak. 6 tenths in it. Still, he's not matching Taka's time again. Really good run from Taka. In this first stage race rehearsal, but in terms of the overall victory, it's going to be pretty close at the end of this stage. 1.9 seconds between them. Because the one thing that did mean that O'Shea's got 10 seconds almost in, really puts O'Shea out of the picture really in terms of the Super Sunday standings.
Yeah, and again, lucky he kept down to the field and he just pulled that break and find a small exit road and came back. I mean, it was a lucky escape because he overshot that left-hander. Yeah, it's quite fast.
I mean, it was just for semi-binary, he just drifted off the road, but unfortunately for him, there was a big ditch waiting for him, and that's what flipped him into the roll. I mean, all making similar errors. It just depends what's waiting for you. He's still up on Tanak.
It's interesting to see the line out of that junction because Seb was at least 1.5 meter wider out of that junction than anybody else.
Mira, no hay menudo, no sé.
Yeah, we fired up right after that mistake. He's not going to match Katsuta Ivan, 1.5 seconds down on the Japanese star, so that is another stage win for Katsuta this weekend, but crucially, he's 4 tenths quicker than Tanak, as you can see on the left of your screen. The overall gap, 1.5 seconds in the fight for victory with 2 stages to go. So much to look forward to this afternoon.
So close. That's 4 tenths of a second quicker than Hoyt. Did you leave anything in there?
No, yo no tengo. Ali, a lo
Yeah, it was a okay stage. The wall is not so easy to be perfect everywhere, so not perfect stage, but a good one.
When you're fighting someone like Hoyt Tanak for the win at a tarmac rally, how hard is it?
Yeah, it's always fun. I always enjoy the fight with Hoyt. I'd say that yesterday, fighting a world champion makes always fun, so we love this kind of fight, I think both of us.
I think we quite enjoy watching it as well, don't we, Ivan? It's going to be fun. So finally poised then for the overall victory. We go back to WRC2 where it is, and that comes anymore because it's been a dominant performance, hasn't it, from Nikolai Gryazin. How impressive you've been with his performance out there. Let's just confirm there on the left of your screen, and that's where we're at with the Sunday points. Currently 7 for Formo, 6 for Katsuta. And crucially, 5 for Tanak and only 3 for Neuville. That's another 2 points to the Estonian at swing stand. But yeah, how impressive have you been with Gryazin this weekend? Again, this Citroen looking really strong on this surface.
We knew he was going to be fast. He was already fast in Croatia. Did really good preparation and testing before Croatia. And I think he just brought the setup and the confidence from that rally into this rally. Did a small test rally before this rally, and I mean he's doing really well at the moment, winning stages. And I think yesterday it was only the Citroens who won stages himself and Johan Rosell. So it proved that the Citroen really found some good setup on tarmac.
Yeah, that was a case of what could have been, wasn't it, for Rosell? Sadly, that's the end though this weekend for his championship aspirations. Of course, DG Sports competition, the Belgian team. As we watch Gryazin over the night, 756.6. They did take the WRC2 teams competition, so it has been a really strong underlining, hasn't it, how strong it's been for Gryazin and Rosell overall. But it's now between Oliver Solberg and Sami Pairi for that title. That's another one going down to the wire in Japan. And talking of Oliver Solberg, here he is with Elliot Edmondson. He is competing this weekend, but not nominated for points on a fact-finding mission. For the future is Oliver.
Nikolai, good morning. Lovely day, big gap. How's your Sunday?
Yes, good. No, just driving safe, trying to enjoy the car for sure. Maybe we are not in the best tire choice, but I decided to go in a safe tire choice and to just make the clean line, enjoy, but still some places there's a lot of cuts where I really don't expect, especially there are some corners where it's too tight and the line is going too early, so sometimes I have to not drive on the pace, not just more by the line.
By saying driving on the line is that sometimes the line is going into early, so the corner will be more tight than his pace off because all the leaves and the dirt on the road, you can't just wait to turn. He needs to turn in the line, and then it's really a sharp corner. And without the cut as well on the inside, it's making it even more difficult.
Yeah, good explanation. Oliver Solberg, though, meanwhile, as we mentioned, not scoring points, but in terms of the Rally 2 runners, he is the best of the rest behind Gryzin. He's 26 seconds or so behind the Citra driver. As you mentioned, I think yesterday, he's an incredible driver on all surfaces as well. Oliver, just underlining that this weekend. 3.2 quicker than Nikolai in here. Already wrapped up his seven point scoring rounds, says Oliver. He's got 123 points. Russell now, as mentioned, out of the picture. I think Pyrie, I believe, as long as he starts there, it's first or second will win the title, though, for the Finn.
Not much to ask. First or second is fine.
Yeah, well, it's been the same for all of them, hasn't it? It's been fascinating to watch. Oliver had to win in Chile, couldn't manage it. And Russell had to win this weekend and couldn't manage it. But let's hear from the Swede.
Oliver, quickest through, also the fastest driver out there. Good feeling?
In WRC2?
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't understand what you meant. There's only one car ahead. Yeah, it was okay, yeah. I've never done this stage before and the others have, so it was a bit tricky with some different leads and gravel and so on, but yeah, it's okay. Car is good.
I like the fact that he believed that for a little while that he was fastest through the stage when he had to ask again.
Yeah, not quite. He's been set really good pace here this weekend as Oliver. But yes, he's got to play the waiting game now, doesn't he? I mean, it was so frustrating for him because he was quickest in Chile and it was just a damaged tyre, wasn't it, that did for him. But yeah, it's over to Sami Pyrie next month. Philip Mares, got to say, a European Championship regular, the Czech driver, driving another Toyota Rally 2 driver, and he's really impressed, hasn't he, on this? Doesn't make too many WRC2 outings, but how impressive have you been with him?
From the commentary in the ERC round in Rome 2-3 months ago, I said I expect some more speed from him now because he's been out there for quite a long time, got quite a lot of experience, and I said he needs to like step up a bit now, and all of a sudden he started to actually go quite fast, and he changed also to Pirelli and with the Toyota as well, and all of a sudden now he's proving that he's not only fast on his home events but in WRC events as well, and some ERC also. So I like to see that Philip is now is getting faster and faster.
Yeah, 13.4 off of the fastest time there, but he is in a really comfortable second place. I think I'm correct in saying that'll be his, by far and away, his best WRC2 result, certainly. And he's got a nice half a minute buffer ahead of this man, Mikko Marcin, who was in a pretty fun all-Polish battle with Kaito, but he just had an overshoot at the end of yesterday. Let's hear from Philip Mares then.
Philip, good morning. You have a very important position to take care of today. How huge would it be to take second place at WRC2 and your home rally?
For sure, it would be massive successful for us, massive result, but still 2 stages to go, and it's not easy because almost in every corner there is a lot of pollutions already. So I took it carefully, but still trying to keep the optimal pace, and it's not easy to find the balance.
Yeah, we haven't really talked too much about the, it looks in pretty good nick, doesn't it, the road surface, from what we can see, but obviously they've done a great job with these corner cutting devices, good timing, but clearly still for the later runners, a little bit dirty in places, it sounds like, Ivy.
Yeah, but it looks like this stage is not so much cutting that the anti-cut device is closer to the edge of the tarmac, so less cutting than the previous stage this morning.
Marcin. I mean, they're in kind of nice, comfortable positions here to hold on. Hold on to their podium places, so I don't think we're going to expect a big attack. He's got a 20-second lead over Katanovic after the Polish veterans overshoot the end yesterday. And 12.2 seconds off the pace in here, but he'll just be focused on bringing it home as well. 13.1. That's compared to Solberg's time, and that's 9.9 behind Gryzin, who's the lead point scorer this weekend. WRC Simulator alongside the bike finish there.
Nico, just 0.3 of a second behind Philip. How are you finding things out there today?
Yeah, we are trying. This one is full of grip on the braking. This is it's slippery in the corners. Probably I was too soft on the brakes and we lost quite a lot of speed there, but yeah, we need to wait for Kaito and Maciek, how they will perform here.
Mira, ahí estoy en el teléfono ya.
Yeah, always nice to hear the thoughts of Mikko Marcin, but it's Taka Katsuta, the man to beat out there on Super Sunday here in Germany. Another stage win for the Japanese side, 1.5 seconds quicker than his teammate Oje Hoitak, third in there. Adrian Formo continuing his good run this morning. Elvin Evans, fifth place. Thierry Deville not happy with the front end handle of that I-20 Sunday. Andreas Mikkelsen having a sighter ahead of the Wolf Power stage, but it is still that man Hoitak with Martin Javier alongside. Set for victory this weekend if he can hold on, but he's got to fire up Ogier hot on his heels. This is what the overall standings look like. What happens on this final day. The Wolf Power stage awaits as well, of course, and make sure you stay with us for the thrilling conclusion of the Central European Rally.
Voy a sacar el Oye, hay un calor fuerte. Yo me atrevo a echarme agua y llenarme el pote. Espérate, que yo no...
Ultimate stage of the event, and we've seen quite a dramatic final morning here already. On this stage, which was run first thing earlier on, just after 9 o'clock this morning, we saw Andreas Mikkelsen stop in here to change a wheel, Sami Pajari rolled, Sebastian Ogier went into a field briefly. It was a little bit dirtier in here than the drivers were expecting. There was a lot more debris on the road than they thought there would be, and that caught them out. Second pass, that could be a little bit worse, but at least they'll be prepared for that this time around. And as we head into it, then it is looking mightily interesting out there after 16 now completed stages here at the Central European Rally. Oyt Tanak is leading by 1.5 seconds over Ogier, with Evans in third. And remember, it is Super Sunday today, and this crew are in the lead of the Super Sunday classifications. Adrian Formeau and Alex Correa just warming their tyres there ahead of the stage start. It's been a really strong performance from them this morning. And as Adrian said to us, you know, it's good to take something positive away from this rally. The past 3 days have been pretty difficult for them. Analysis then of what we have in store in terms of the stage itself. It is a smooth tarmac stage, very similar to the characteristics of the stages that we saw across yesterday, where we were crisscrossing the border between Germany and Austria. What can Adrian do in here then? Can he maintain the lead at the head of Super Sunday? A reminder, if you're only just joining us for the first time, the tyre choices out there pretty diverse this morning. We did see Mikkelsen, for example, taking a full hard compound package out there. The Toyotas have some hards within their overall package as well, but Hyundai is going for predominantly soft compound on the stages this morning, so opposing tyre choices. Now we're underway with Adrian Formeau. It was a great run earlier on this morning on this stage. He was fastest through, so look back at that time this morning from him. It was a 6:09.2. You can see from the graphic that he's got one hard compound tyre on the car now. It was full soft earlier on. Temperatures are starting to rise now, and this stage was completely dry earlier. But as we mentioned, there was a little bit of debris. But for Adrian Formeau, he's first on the road. There wasn't so much for him, but there will be this time around. Sharing the Super Sunday head of the table right now, at least with Takamoto Katsuta. They're both 2.6 seconds ahead of Oyt Tanak, but essentially it is Formeau that leads because he had that opening stage win this morning. Ivy Bredolson joins me. It was a bumpy ride in here, not in the nature of the stage bumpy, but in terms of dramas happening in here earlier on. Now that the drivers have experienced the stage, and it is a brand new stage to the rally this year, so they're all very much fresh eyes on it after Recce this morning. Do you feel we're going to see as much drama second pass, or do you think it'll calm down a little?
I think it will calm down a little bit, but I think all the cuts caught the drivers out that there was more was slipping in the line, that they believe that Julian Porter just reminded me now that there's no time actually between the stages now to let the gravel crew go through the stage because it's not enough time basically. So they're back out now without any information except that they can see what we are showing them. So it's even more difficult that way. It's 50 cars plus the stage, and it changes quite a lot with in between the first stage and the second time there. So that's also, it might play a role that it's difficult to judge the cuts.
¿Qué? Nada, que puede hablar con lo que hago así. Es para que no vaya.
But a huge disappointment for Sani and Eddie on this opening stage this morning.
It's a corner. Adrian correctly the place this morning said taco, so it means flat out, and he did. He's lifting a bit this morning.
Me pegamos porque no aguantaba. No, yo no.
Digo, hablo rápido, porque abajo ya la han parado. Y le han dicho, dice, intentando tirar agua, por favor. Pero claro, la gente que hace no frega los platos, porque tú tengas una avería.
You can see in that section there as well, the side of the road, the leaves is a little bit of a mound on the left-hand side. Then you come down to the more open roads where not a huge amount of some was getting called on earlier. I love the emphasis from Alex Correa with the hand signal. It's like, absolute emphasis. You must listen to this note.
It looks like there's a bit more committed to the front now. It's not pulling too much in the junctions. It's driving the junctions on the corners. Relying really on the front and the turns. And it looks like from this point of view, in the corners, that is more committed. Trust the front. You can see it just turns the steering and it turns.
No, él dijo que un rato, que casi lo arregla ya.
I think to be able to walk away from today with the fastest time on the board on Super Sunday will be a nice payback for what has been a bit of a difficult weekend.
And this showed the strength of both Adrian, the team, the car, everything that they can get themselves out of that kind of bad situation they're starting to run with, and it also brings some good motivation for Japan. They know that it's possible to do it.
Oh. Va duro. El pana va duro. El psicópata. A mí me encanta la Ford.
A reminder on the screen of the stage time from earlier on, 6:09.2 was the first pass.
So that tells us it's more dirt on the road, more difficult cuts and gravel. So
yeah, 6:13.5, 4 seconds slower than that. So yeah, it is a bit dirtier out there. He's responding to that.
And with the combination of this, maybe taking a bit more cautious towards the cold stage, saving tires and making himself ready for the cold stage.
Adrian, obviously level.
Sí, te lo voy a mandar ahora.
Attacking coming in, you giving everything? No, I'm just trying to stay within 3 or so because there was a lot of that now, as expected. We had no problems passing to the stage before, so that was quite a guess on where we will have big rocks or not. So yeah, that was quite tricky in some places.
How difficult is it when you have to travel through every stage and you get one where they're not allowed because there's not enough time?
You need to guess what you have seen in the morning and expect where you will see the dirt on the road. So yeah, it has a little bit more job.
I don't understand French, but I understand come.
Jordan will be the next driver to complete for us, and Nicholson is in the stage as well. It's the penultimate stage of the rally here at Central European. What a weekend it's been. Everyone thought the weather would really play ball this year, would be more stable. That was what everyone was telling us. Even as late as Friday on the Meet the Crew stage, the top three said, yeah, you know, it should be pretty straightforward on Saturday. The weather's looking okay. And then yesterday morning, they were met with damp conditions out on the opening stages, making it very tricky. So there has been that weather element that's played its part throughout the weekend. Today, as you can see, it's looking beautiful out there.
Sometimes it's easy that it's either or, like rain or dry, because when it's rain, it's full wet and it's difficult to go out in rain tires, and you're of course you're a bit more cautious in several corners. But with this damp and the patches of like dry wet, it makes everything like a lottery. So then you find, I believe, like yesterday morning, more drama than when it's full wet or full dry.
The splits from Taka then, he is faster than Formo across 3 split sectors now. That's the latest one, up at 9.12 Ks, 9/10 of a second faster. No panic there, that is just the virtual chicane.
If you just jumped in and open your iPad and looking at the rally and you hear, no.
Yeah, exactly.
Something is going wrong.
You think something's gone wrong, but it's just Aaron saying, no, you can't accelerate again yet. And then once they have hit the magical number 50 kilometers per hour, they can accelerate again. Taka just said he's got a lot of vibration, but they're at the stage end. We'll have a little bit of a look around, but it's the fastest through by 1.1 seconds, but I could just hear him say at the end there, I can feel a lot of vibration.
Yeah, it could be a bent wheel, some dirt inside the wheel, hit something in the cup maybe.
Taka 1.1 quicker than Adrian, so in theory that puts you ahead on Super Sunday. How was it?
Yeah, it's quite happy. I was quite happy with Brazil because we had no gravity crew this stage. This is just to remind us how Juho and Yanni did a great job weekend. So yeah, it was not so easy without their job.
Because you were quicker than him.
Yeah, but for me, main purpose is to be in front of Voigt, but haven't.
In front of Voigt, yeah?
I tried.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they're thinking of, the battle of, Toyota versus Hyundai in all respects. That's what they're looking forward to today. That's what they're trying to get out there. Nice nod, though, from Taka to his gravel crew. It's Juho Hänninen and Jani Hussi who are the gravel crew for Taka this weekend.
Yeah, no one is better than the weakest link, so it's all the time it's important that everybody is working together.
Look at these splits coming through from Thierry, then he is quicker than Taka. Up at 7.4 kilometers, that's the latest split we've got, 6/10 of a second faster. And right now, in terms of that overall classification within Super Sunday, it is Taka who is leading by 1.1 over Adrian Formo.
Just when I jumped on board with Kerry as well, he clipped one of these anti-cuts as well on the road. I believe it's fine, I'm not sure, but it's the same thing that Andreas did earlier, had to change a bunch.
Let's take a little look at it from the drone then. Will continue to be faster across that next split now at 9 kilometers in comparison to Taka. 0.3 of a second up.
I love the footages from the drone. It gives you the feeling that it's really, and how fast it goes out on those edges on these narrow roads.
Now it's been good to watch this again, that's for sure. See what the time difference is going to be now then after this final split at 11.5 kilometers into this 12K stage. Tenths of a second now behind Taka's time.
Dale a me gusta al rally. Dale a me gusta al directo, por favor.
You see Martin's already getting ready with his watch. And there you go, the time is on the board, 9/10 of a second behind Taka. 6:13.3 then for Thierry Neuville. And still Takamoto Katsuta, he's faster through.
Terry, the cap is out now, not the woolly hat, because the weather's getting nicer and nicer. What was it like?
It was okay. I made some setup changes to see if we can improve a bit for the power stage. And yeah, decent run, no big push. I mean, the guys are fighting for victory, so it would be not very reasonable for us to try and match them their speed, because it's just too risky in those conditions. But it was a clean run for us.
The setup changes that you made
work. Yeah, it played better, but it's
softer, harder.
We want all the details.
More details than that. Following Elvin Evans now then, who is 1.5 seconds on Taka at 5.2Ks. Neuville at the same point.
It's interesting that Terry is saying that he really don't want to be in that fight for the win, but at the same time he's still trying to improve the setup to beat them on the power stage. So it's it's different goals all the time. He's so much focusing on trying to steal all the points he can from the power stage without risking the points from the 3 first days.
That's it. I mean, he can't lose those points now from yesterday that he accrued. And it's the same for all of them, though. There is a battle at the front, the battle for Super Sunday and extra point, which Thierry now really needs. It's just that point is ahead of him.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's the problem in the championship, is that there's not a lot he can do about that, Thierry.
You can see a lot of people about the point system, but now it's really coming to its right. Now the point system is really working out, that almost like this last Super Sunday, it's a rally itself. You know that we got almost like 2 rallies in Japan as well, so with the Super Sunday, with making the most out of it actually on the last 2 rallies.
Alvin Evans really flying through here. He's 2.1 seconds up on Neuville at 9.1 Ks. In comparison to Taka, 2.4 seconds faster. Tanak has started the stage and waiting for Sebastian Ogier to head into this one. Remember, Tanak's leading the rally by 1.5 seconds over Ogier. That is the virtual chicane they were slowing for there. Looking good here for Elvin, isn't it? This is looking like a very strong time on the board. He's 4 seconds up on Neuville, final split, 3.2 up on Taka.
Strong time.
It is a very strong time. It is fastest through so far. Tanak is quicker behind though. 4/10 up at the second split point. But that's Elvin through with a 6:09.4. It's a new time to beat on stage 17 overall. Our rally leaders here, Tanak and Martin Yarveoya. Meters into the stage, and they're off the road. They clipped a telegraph pole.
I mean, it's a long time I've seen this emotion from Seb when he was screaming, sitting on his knees outside his door, screaming.
Let's take a look at it. We've got a replay of what has happened here. Huge news on the penultimate stage.
He just get caught out by the cut in the gravel and he missed the line completely. Hit the trees on the outside and get shot back on the inside and hit that pole. And they tried to go reverse, as you can see, but I believe some of the wheel specs is not pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, you're right. We don't really see emotion like that from him, but my goodness. What a time for this to happen right now. Penultimate stage, battling for the lead.
Yeah, they're still both out of the car. It means I think he will not go any further. They just got caught out in the cuts. We talked so many times about these cuts. And like we said, that on this stage there's no gravel crew, so no information that this cut been dragged out all the gravel and went sideways. And I believe the left rear wheel is out of position. It's not so often we see Seb doing mistakes like yesterday as well. They overshoot that left-hander out of the field. And again today, and we saw it in Greece as well, that he made a mistake. He's doing more mistakes now in the last two rallies than almost the last 10 years. Hoyt is a second behind Evans.
Well, huge drama then. I kind of find it hard to believe, and I'm sure Hoyt will as well.
A los 91.
Second pass through there, just give it an inside. Meters into the stage.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I pushed very hard as well. I was also a couple of times off.
Yeah, they're both battling against each other, of course. You know, the Manufacturers' Championship, this is a huge battle between Hyundai and Toyota. It's a blow. Let's go back to Sebastian Ogier and Vincent Londe now then.
Replay again. Yeah, you can see it's missing the line
Pero
completely.
Previsote.
It's not only the ground, in my opinion, it's way too fast as well into that corner. It's easy to say it from the commentary, but it looks like it was up too fast in, and with the gravel, caught him out and straight out in the right.
Dale a me gusta al directo, por favor.
But like you said, it's the emotion that Seb is showing both when he's leaving the car and just afterwards sitting on his knees on the side of the door and taking his helmet off. It's a long time since I've seen those kind of emotion from Seb.
No, absolutely. You know, this is a huge battle in the Manufacturers' Championship, and yeah, you can feel that he's annoyed with himself, I'm sure. Elvin Evans then has taken the fastest time here on a dramatic penultimate stage. 6:09.4 is the time. Tanak is second fastest, then Katsuta, then Neuville, then Formeau, Munster, Mikkelsen and Solaridis through the stage. That is the way it stands with the fastest times through the stage classification. It means that Tanak's lead is now over Elvin Evans, 9.4 seconds the difference, with Thierry Neuville being elevated into third position. Overall, Taka Katsuta fourth and Munster fifth. There's a lot that's gone on in this morning's action. It really has changed things around out there. Super Sunday classification is being headed up by Toyota's Takamoto Katsuta right now. He's ahead of Tanak by 0.6 of a second. Formeau is third in Super Sunday, then Evans, Neuville, Munster and Mikkelsen. Yeah, I know. Breathe, right?
We need to breathe now, please.
Drivers' Championship as it stands right now, with Neuville with 220 points and Tanak on 199. Then you've got Ogier on 184. But so many different things have happened out there today, Ivan, and this is what happens in the intensity of a fight like this.
And I must say again that the one who's doing an incredible job is Thierry Neuville. He's keeping himself calm after some mistakes yesterday, but still. And impressed by Neuville's drive.
From the pain of the punches, to prepare for the moment to fight back.
Belgium currently running fifth here in Portugal. Oh, but he might not be there for long. C'est fini, says Thierry. His 2013 title challenge looks over.
Look at this, Neuville clearly as committed as ever. Not sure it's enough though. Sebastian Ogier wins his fourth consecutive title. The Belgian is second again.
Thierry's legions of fans sounding confident. But what happened there? Something in the suspension has failed in a big way. Huge moment in the championship fight. This is a serious problem for the championship leader.
What torment for the Belgian. That's the third year in a row now. Neuville has finished runner-up to Sébastien Ogier.
Bittersweet for Neuville, his 12th career win. But it's Tanak that takes the 2019 title. Thierry must be wondering if his time will ever come.
Well, yeah, since Thierry Neuville debuted in the World Rally Championship 12 years ago, the Belgian has been the nearly man again and again. But could this second visit to the Central Europe Rally be his moment? Hyundai's longtime star arrived at the season's penultimate rally with a chance of ending those long years of hurt. We'll find out how this dramatic event has unfolded shortly. After days in the Czech Republic and Austria, we've moved to Germany for this final leg. Ironically, 10 years, of course, since Neuville claimed his and Hyundai's first WRC victory at Rally Deutschland up north in Trier. These are the final moments of calm and preparation then before the 18th stage. Like golfers stepping onto the final green, can the crews fighting for top honours hold their nerve and make that last putt home? Final preparations being made before the off. Wonderful autumnal sunshine. And this Central Europe Rally is our 12th of 13 then of the WRC's global tour. From the mountains above Monte Carlo to the snow of Sweden, and our tour across the world's legendary gravel rallies through the summer. Only the treacherous tarmac road to Rally Japan remains in November. And Neuville has led the title race since that opening round in January. The Belgian's consistency had seen him maintain an advantage to the point where outscoring his teammate Tanak by 2 points this weekend would have ensured that title was secured in the manufacturers. A big score from Toyota saw the team halve Hyundai's advantage to only 17 points. That looks set to go down to the wire. Much at stake then when we move back to this stunning three-nation rally. Yeah, already after just one running, this exciting cross-border event has not disappointed. A chance too, of course, for fans from all over Europe to come and support their heroes, as you'd expect. Can't see them here, but there would be a sizable contingent from over the border up north in Belgium. And with the rally beginning on Thursday in Czech's historic capital, Prague, we've travelled south and then west through Austria and Germany. Of course, it's a massive logistical operation with all three motorsport federations involved. That's a credit to, once again, to the organising team here at Race Control in Kampfen. It has been another breathless, fascinating contest. So let's get you right up to date. It's been quite some rally. Neuville would blast off into the opening super special just south of the city centre of Prague with his destiny in his hands. But there was an early scare, almost the first corner. A spectacular night stage 5 for an electric atmosphere in stage 2. Ogier, our early leader. And Neuville's returning teammates, Andres Mikkelsen, was briefly running third on Friday morning. Finally finding an asphalt setup to his liking with the I-20. The Norwegian's pace was slipping though, and unfortunately, so was his grip on the road. The slide could not be recovered, and that heavy collision, unsurprisingly, meant the end of his day. Taka Katsuta was also back in action after being benched for Rally Chile, and back with renewed purpose, returning to stage-winning form in the morning. Toyota's Japanese star survived the changeable conditions well, to hold fifth but close at play. Fastest time for Elvin Evans in the 27-kilometre Svasin test. Briefly saw the Welshman take over third. He remained well in touch of the podium places as the day progressed, but the pace at the front was relentless. A slightly undercut run through the final stage left it 15 seconds off the top spot. But following Mikkelson's retirement, Hyundai had lost their safety net, so as well as taking the fight to Neuville, Tanak needed to factor in some caution on the bumpy, broken Czech stages. The Estonian took over the highly coveted third place, though, before the morning loop was done. It looked as though early leader Ogier was beginning to find the Toyota Yaris a handful of times in the changeable grip levels. Ever a competitor, though, the fire Frenchman caught up his second stage win to end the day and remained laser focused on regaining the top spot. It was, though, the championship leader who made another huge step towards a first world title with a crucial and slender hold on the lead at the end of Friday. Neuville doesn't need to win it, of course, but the Belgians' relief at the end of a long, difficult day told its own story. After those 8 challenging Czech stages then, Neuville was out front by only 6.4 seconds, with the Belgians' closest championship rival Tanak only 1.4 behind Ogier. Both drivers and manufacturers' titles remain very much in the balance when we cross the border to Austria and Germany on Saturday. And slippery, damp roads awaited yesterday morning. Adrien Fourmeau reporting a front diff issue, and the Frenchman was struggling to keep the car on the road. Another off-road excursion would follow, and this one had even worse results. With heavy damage at the rear, M Sport decided to call it a day to refocus attention on Super Sunday. A number of drivers were sliding off the road in this unpredictable grip catch-suiter, taking evasive action across the field in stage 11. The Japanese driver, though, was playing a steady rearguard action role for Toyota in 5th place. The thrilling fight for championship glory, though, would take a massive twist. Neuville was leading and, of course, to take the title with a round to spare before this happened. This the second of the 2 spins, just over a minute after the first. And for a few agonising moments, the wheels were spinning on the damp grass. He was in real trouble. The I-20 eventually wriggling its way back onto the stage, but more than half a minute, and the lead was long gone. The relentless pressure continued to build at the sharp end, but Evans had shown flashes of stunning pace. With another stage win on his way, the Welshman was up to third following Neuville's dramas and trying desperately to cling to the coattails of the lead pair. And Ogier and Tanak had matched each other blow for blow. The Estonian untouchable in the 2 passes through the German granite and Val test. And crucially, after passing his teammate Neuville, as things stood, his driver's championship hopes were very much alive. Ogier responded to the Tanak attack in both loops. The 2 former champions and they swapped places.
Eso quítamelo porque con los perros, yo, mi trabajo, eso no puede estar ahí, ni voy a buscar bola ni nada, ya me voy a cortito. Entonces eso tú por lo menos tienes que dejarlo, mi loca, que no abra para acá, para que uno pueda pasar.
Que se tiene que secar.
Pues sácalo.
Pues que es la comodidad tuya.
De todos, sí, de todo antes que una ropa así. Pues a mí no me la lave la mía. Pues yo no te voy a maltratar por una ropa, yo me quedo en boxe. No voy a poner tú a mí una ropa que como de vaina rara.
Sí. Pues no tengas el ventilador ahí que no se puede pasar.
Pues tu perro sácalo y ciérrame eso.
Y no tengas las cosas que no se puede pasar por ningún lado, hay que
Pues
saltar.
tener los perros como que son gente esta.
¿Qué perros? Si no puede pasar ni una persona.
No, tú no haces nada.
¿Cuál de las personas somos perros para ti?
Tú no haces nada. Te queda por ahí mismo.
No hace falta tenerlo en los huevos de ventilador. Hace mismo ahí. Que no hay nada aquí, hija. No está.
¿Dónde está?
No está, mi amor. ¿Está ahí? No. ¿Dónde está? Que no tengo nada.
Arriba. Mira arriba bien, a ver. Es que metiendo nosotros un foto yo algo. Mira atrás del bolecito que sí.
Ya está.
A ver, abre que yo veo aquí.
Vale.
Que ella dice que está ahí, si está ahí, está ahí.
Mira. Ah, pues la otra. ¿Qué?
No, no hay una mierda.
Que yo digo yo que no está.
Pues vibra. No diga las cosas
Que se apañe ella donde la metió. De nada metió por la habitación, porque yo tengo una maña de esconder la cosa.
No, esto.
Que no está.
Que se vaya a cortar.
Coño.
Penciled in the maximum 18 points at the end of Saturday. It had been a joy to watch.
No está la del pico también. No está la del pico.
So the championship pendulum has swung back from Newville towards Tanak then on this penultimate round. OGA's big score could be a massive boost to Toyota in the manufacturer's race. Newville have work to do, and remember, as always, those points are only confirmed by completing the Sunday stages. And it won't take long for the drama to begin on this final leg. Sunny Pari's eye-catching run on debut on asphalt, ending in dramatic fashion. A warning for the leading pack, how easily these rapid German
la
roads can
habitación en una
catch you
gaveta
out.
de la cama tuya por ahí.
Katsuta has saved his best balance with an aggressive
No, la de
start
color
today.
está para allá,
The
y la otra
Japanese
no sé.
star has taken the lead in the Super Sunday standings after a big fight with Formo. But there has been another huge moment in the fight at the front. Ogier already conceded the lead to Tanak, but moments ago, another big mistake from the former champion. A high-speed spin and heavy impact, desperate frustration, and a moment that has sent shockwaves through both championships. Neuville again, though, sensibly playing it safe. The Belgian had started well, but with setup issues and so much at stake, he's been unwilling to make a full attack. The big winner following OGA's dramatic crash both in the fight for the rally win and of course the championship is Tanak, now the clear leader. The Estonian also picking up those crucial 18 points Ogier had penciled in on Saturday. The Hyundai now guaranteed a driver's champion. Ogier's hopes are over.
Seb, just into the start of the penultimate stage, can you talk us through what happened?
Well, another example that the gravel crew are doing a crucial job for us. Only stage of the weekend where they were not allowed to go through. And basically we didn't have the information of evolution of road condition, and this first corner here, long corner under the trees, actually people have been cutting more than they anticipated, and the corner became, and it was tightened at the end and was becoming very greasy and muddy, and I couldn't turn basically, so I understeered and then went wide in the exit and hit the trees at the outside.
We saw you get out of the car very quickly, but then when you realised that it wasn't going to... Quite emotional for Sebastian Ogier, knowing that it was kind of over.
Yeah, for sure. I feel angry with myself in this moment. Very sorry for my team. I tried my best, and I repeat since a while that was really my main target, to help them achieving the manufacturer. We were, I think, doing a good job so far, but unfortunately it's a 3 weekend in a row that is not really going my way, and yeah, tough time.
Yeah, it's a bitter pill to swallow for Ogier and the team, and it's not the first time it's happened on the final day, is it, over the last few rallies. So all change then, coming into the Wolf Power stage. Tanak now leads by 9.4 seconds, with Evans up to second and Neuville third. Katsuta now fourth, and the Munster set to equal his personal best there in fifth place, the leading WRC2 runner. Nikolai Gryzin now up to sixth place. And the crucial Super Sunday standings, Katsuta leads by only 0.6 of a second from Tanak. Formo third, Neuville's only fifth, and set to drop at least another 3 points to his teammate as things stand. So it's been a weekend of high stakes and high drama in Central Europe after 10 months of hard work. It's the championships that the team principals want back at our impressive new Cup from Service Park. A chance now to hear their final thoughts.
Yari, this season has been a roller coaster from start to now. We've still got Japan to account for. But can you give us an update on what you know from Sebastian Albert?
Yeah, Sebastian, unfortunately, it seems that the impact has been so bad that the car is damaged and he is not able to come out from the stage. So we need to remember this, that yes, even though he would be coming out from the stage, but all the wheels needs to be rolling, and you can't come with the 3 wheels. So in that situation, then it's over.
Such a tough blow because that does guarantee now that Bayern will become drivers' champion. Whoever that is, it does confirm that they will get that. But you've still got Elvin Evans in the mix, and he can take points away now, at least in that power stage. So have you had a conversation with him?
I haven't had any conversation yet. I've been a little bit out just waiting for the new information we got concerning this. With Taka, we asked him this morning to be pushing, and he's been done really well. And I think what he's doing can help us in the manufacturing championship, so his role is very important now. Of course, at the same time, I think Taka has been out the fastest of the day. So if he can do that and keep it going like that, that can support us a lot for the championship.
Yeah, no, it's funny because we tried to elaborate some plan and some target yesterday evening, discuss with drivers, and already very quickly in the first stage this morning things changed when Roger made the first mistake, and then again with the last one it's another big change. Let's see what he can do. Target for the day was to try and leave this rally with more than 30 points on the first Toyota driver, which is the case right now. So I think the target for Thierry will be pretty clear, which will be to secure that situation. And yeah, let's see what can happen more, because lots of things have happened.
One more stage, the Wolf Power stage to go, and Adrian seems a bit more comfortable out there.
Yeah, great to see the pace back again. Slipped down a little bit in the Sunday standings since the first stage, but still really strong today. But yeah, absolute carnage going on around us. So the sport never fails to surprise. So I have no idea what could happen in this power stage, but I know Adrian and Greg will both be giving it a good go.
I think that's the thing, the championship just becomes so exciting. Every time we expect something not to happen, and it happens.
Yeah, I mean, manufacturers and drivers, and that's the limits that these crews are pushing to. And to watch it almost as a neutral at the moment, it's mind-blowing to see what is unfolding in front of our eyes, but in the same time, it's absolutely fantastic to see how close this is going to be. Very likely to get out to the wire in Japan.
We know Adrian's going to want a few power stage points as well.
He's going to want to get more points.
Yeah,
Certainly playing his part, on this final day. I really can't stress enough just how important the next hour or so is. The amended point scoring system for 2024, piling the pressure on the crews on the final leg. It is on to the season's penultimate Wolf Power Stakes then. As always, the fastest drive will get a bonus on top of the Super Sunday standings. That's a maximum 12 that can be secured in this last stage of the Central European Rally. We return to the Passau Land test there, just under 15 kilometres long of the forest stages. It's the closest route to the one used last year as a fast start, punctuated by junctions, a challenging one for braking points there, and at 3 kilometres it veers off from last year's route to a faster, wider section on the main road. This changes along the way with another flat out wide section on a smooth road all the way down to the flying finish. A really impressive stretch of roads, but this is the autumnal weather has thrown up plenty of variety over the last few days. So here in Germany, we've finally got a bit of sunshine to wrap things up. Nice temperatures around 16 degrees. And we've already heard from a lot of the drivers the surface changes in this second pass, and no gravel crews, of course, to be able to warn them, which is partly what it sounds like Kurt of that dramatic moment in the fight at the front. Good smooth surface at times, a bit of abrasive areas as well, and it just depends how things are looking in terms of the corner cutting out there as well. Let's take a look at our start list then for the final stage. We'll, as always, get going with the lead WRC2 runners. Nikolai Dreising been dominating this